that's not just me. In fact, a federal court in the state of Louisiana, in a lawsuit by the state of Louisiana and Missouri, alleging that Twitter was a state actor, has pretty much said that they made the prima facie case and is allowing the question to go to trial. So, whether it is true, we will find out. But the fact that it's dismissible or absurd is wrong. I mean, it's legally wrong.
Okay, so it's not dismissible and it's not absurd. The question is it happening? That's, I think, what we want to demonstrate, and I think that's what the Twitter files have over and over again failed to demonstrate, is the government making, not just any request, but is the government making an inappropriate request to censor something off of Twitter that it shouldn't be doing? And I don't believe that was ever demonstrated. You can't just say that every request for censorship is illegal. For instance, I'm sure you would agree, if the government were to bring to Twitter's attention illegal activity that's happening on Twitter, they are fully within their rights to make that request, and Twitter is fully within their rights to take that content down, should they deem necessary.
Yes, but this whole thing reminds me of the story of Henry Plantagenet, Henry II, and Thomas Becket. If anyone remembers it, Henry.
Men for all seasons.
Yeah, that's right. No, actually, it's a few generation before, but close enough. It's Murder in the Cathedral. Any case, yeah, okay, yeah. But Henry II was surrounded by his highly armed barons, and he got an argument with Thomas Becket. And he said, well, no one rid me of this turbulent priest, knowing that his highly armed barons were all around there. And what did the barons do? It's like, well, this is a government request. Let's march down to Canterbury and assassinate Thomas Becket. Now, was it government speech when Henry II said, well, no one rid me of this turbulent priest? Of course it was. And similarly, I worked in D.C. I was Assistant Secretary of Commerce for the National Telecommunications and Information Authority. I could see how pressure is brought by government to get certain actions done in the private sector, and we have to be blind not to see that.
Sure, but so if we have to be blind not to see it, it should be easy to point it out. So for instance, Twitter adhered to, I believe it was less than 40% of the requests that the government made for accounts getting taken down. For the ones that they didn't follow through on, was there repercussion for it? Were they actually being pressured? Did any of the internal emails make Twitter seem like they were worried about what the response would be from the government if they didn't follow through on any of those requests? Because I didn't see a single instance of any of this. Was there?
Well, there are two responses. First of all, government doesn't have to give you a specific threat to make you feel afraid of it. I mean, as Ronald Reagan says, what's the most scary sentence you can ever hear? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. So, I think the idea that you have to say, Twitter was going, the government was going to go and, imprison Jack Dorsey or make him take out his nose earring if he didn't censor these people. That's not the way it works. The way it works is, I think, generalized threats are good enough. And the point is, the way the government works,
But were there threats is the question. I didn't see any of that. Right, so that would, what I think is significant is that the government, Twitter didn't follow the rules it didn't think it needed to, or at least didn't agree with. So it still had that freedom, but the question is, did government actually make a threat, right? So if there's a law enforcement issue, you can see how they'd come in and say, hey, there might be some false information that could lead to people getting killed. Who knows? Maybe this minority over here is thinking about what they did with the Rohingya. I think there was some examples in Facebook. But I don't think the government you couldn't point to probably any threats, could you? Am I wrong about that?
Well, I think you could. When I talk to industry in that position, think of all the things the government can do to these companies. They can change their preferred tax status. They can change their Section 230 special status. They can, what's that? Yeah, a little bit.
But they didn't do any of that, though,
well,
right?
actually, they threatened to at times.
Well, yeah, but the Section 230 threats all come from Republicans.
No, Biden often talks about how we need to clean up the internet and they have to do more. It's a constant refrain from the Democrats is that
having to do more. Hold on. having to do more to clean up the internet is far different than threatening Section 230, which I've heard repeated multiple times by multiple Republican lawmakers. I believe Trump himself has talked about Section 230. That is a huge conservative talking point. I think Jack over here has probably even talked about Section 230. That's definitely a conservative talking point.
It is, but the Democrats talk about it just as much, and they often talk about imposing all sorts of hates, and they have hate, as they have in California, as they have in New York, hate speech crimes, hate speech laws against social media companies.
Wait, there are hate speech laws in the United States of America?
Yeah, one was just declared unconstitutional in New York State, and one is.
So they're trying to pass them, but there are. I don't. My understanding.
They are passed.
So you're telling me that if I go to a New York or some state and I tweet out like a racial slur, I can actually get criminal action against me?
No, the way the statute worked is that it required the platforms to keep track of hate speech, whatever that means, didn't really define it, and create lists of people who are producing hateful speech and have that available and disclose it. So essentially, it was sort of a forced auto-doxing by these platforms, and that's what the Democrats do. And so you can't sort of say, oh, the Democrats aren't going to hurt the social media companies. They do, and they have.
These are the ones, if I remember correctly, it's California and New York, and then Minds, and I think Tim Pool actually has Luke's
and Babylon Bee. Yeah, we just sued the state of California.
Right.
Because
are actually in the lawsuit on this law, right?
Exactly.
It's the path towards direct hate speech laws. They're basically requiring social media companies to have specific policies about these clearly charged topics: misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, extremism, and radicalization. None of them are actually defined, and this is currently passed in California. So it's a step in the direction of actually getting fined for hate speech.
So returning to the original part for Twitter, okay? So a lot of times we say things like it's nuanced, it's complicated. However, you're a lawyer, so I want you to break this down for us. I really want to know, when you talk about how there's this idea of a generalized threat from the government to Twitter that was prompting Twitter to act, why did we not see any of that in the emails? No concern for lack of ability to act on a government request. Why did we not see any type of even implicit repercussion for Twitter not following through on banning accounts that the government would highlight as problematic?
Well, that's not true at all, though. You do see that in the Twitter files.
Where?
You see that in the people who are responding to Yoel Roth that are currently working for the Biden administration in the NSC, and the other one, she's I think Buttigieg's policy advisor at Secretary of Transportation, specifically when they were talking about things like the Hamilton 68 files, when Yoel Roth was saying, look, this Hamilton 68, to your point, was saying that this was just a bunch of BS. We don't think these are Russian actors. We think these are just conservatives. But there were people internally at Twitter saying that so Yoel Roth wanted to put out a statement pushing back on the Hamilton 68. This is in that, I don't know, tranche, you could say, I guess. And there were people at Twitter that were saying we need to think of the bigger picture. They were making statements like we need to be careful how we go back with this. They were worried about pushing back.
And also, if I could just interrupt here, government action is not shown not simply by threats, but as the courts of appeals have said, coordinated action. And I think that gets to Jack's point. We have a situation where those social media companies, they are filled with personnel who do this revolving door between the social media companies and the security states, or in those weird nonprofit organizations that play this weird intermediate role. And so, they are coordinating this action. And yeah, I mean, if I were an aspiring member of this weird group that's censoring the internet, I wouldn't put it in an email. They're smart enough not to know.
Okay, and I love that you said that. So then we agree the Twitter files showed nothing because it wouldn't have shown up in an email then. But that's a markedly different statement than the Twitter files showed us that the censorship existed.
No, that's not true. I mean, something can show something explicitly and something can be shown implicitly.
There wasn't anything shown implicitly, though. That's the issue. There was nothing there.
There was. I mean, if I went to Twitter and I said, remove 10 posts and none of them would be removed, and the government went and almost half of them did, I think that that's something there.
But the good faith question that I find nobody does here is what posts were removed and why.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
The Hunter Biden laptop story. Yeah, we did this one. The Hunter Biden laptop story.
The Hunter Biden laptop, which I have right here. as a hard drive.
The Hunter Biden laptop story was not removed at the behest of the government, though.
Yoel Roth stated.
Yoel Roth testified 3 times in Congress that
testimony
no reference ever was made to the Hunter Biden laptop.
I will read Destiny. I will read it
3
for you.
times.
No, you're right. Hunter Biden's a great guy.
I will read
Biden's
it
not
for
a
you
Chinese
if I have
agent.
to.
Everything's fine.
Here we go. Here we go.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker.
And it's very simple.
Like I'm back in 2016. We can scream if you want. You know, it's fun. That's all good.
It's very simple. I'll pull it up on Twitter.
Hey, I was just up there hanging out with your wife. She's a nice lady.
Jesus Christ. We're really what?
No, that was your wife.
Are we allowed to pull people up from the
No,
audience?
my wife was hanging out with her too. No, I mean,
Well, I was hanging out with her first.
that's right. Jack already hung out with him, and then I was there. That's always better, like to be like third
I appreciate you stalling while I could look this up.
No, seriously, your wife's a really nice lady.
Yeah, you know,
You're a
I
nice
wish we
person.
were here tonight, but she's not. She's fine with the kids. So he talks about this is the FEC statement that he made December of 2020 after being sued by the RNC. And the RNC sued, and they said the takedown of this laptop, which I think, can we all at least agree that was censorship, right?
Of course.
Right?
It was
Censorship
election meddling.
that enabled an election interference, information that was prevented from being received by the American people.
That the
stories
FBI knew
about
was
this.
real.
So here's what Yoel Roth said. During weekly meetings with federal law enforcement agencies, he specifically mentions the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers. They communicated they expected hack and leak operations by state actors might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. I was told that the intelligence communities expected that the individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking and disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. And I also learned in these meetings that the rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. And then it just goes through and says there.
That's true. However, later on under oath, he clarified that exact statement,
Which is perjury, and he should go to jail for that.
That's not perjury.
That's perjury.
He gave that quote.
Hey,
he said
America
No, I'm with
sell out to
you. He
China.
definitely perjured himself.
Destiny's right. We didn't sell out to China. Everything's fine. We're all going to buy our electric vehicles from them and our solar panels. We've been screwed by the globalists in China.
Let him rebut. Let him rebut, please.
China.
Alex, calm
China.
down.
China.
China. Calm down, Alex. Thank you for your vote.
I went to Xi Jinping. He gave me
Destiny.
hundreds of billions of dollars.
Destiny has a rebuttal, please.
Later on under oath, Yoel Roth clarified that any references made to Hunter Biden were from other social media representatives. It did not come from the government. There was
He
never.
says right
there was
here that it
never.
came
Yeah,
There's
I understand
audio
you have
recordings
that
with
one
Hunter
quote.
going, I work with the head of Chinese intelligence, Dad. They arrested me. What are we going to do?
That's a bad Hunter Biden impersonation.
Okay.
He's got more soda in his voice.
Can't do Hunter Biden impersonation.
The Hunter
I
Biden
have a crack pipe
laptop
here
is
right now,
not
so-
real, folks.
I don't see any crack pipe stains on
Yeah.
your fingers. Now, I have a question, because I'm more of a novice with this stuff. You guys get
But I
deep
mean,
in the weeds.
he says it straight up in this testimony.
And the
He
point is,
clarifies 3 times under oath later on that the request did not come from the government. It did not. There was not a specific request
it says
from the
right- it
government.
says right
I understand you
here.
can read that one quote all you want.
The
but 3
point
times
is-
later on,
Again,
in
let
front
him
of
talk
Congress,
for a
under
minute.
oath,
this
This is the head
argument
of
is
Twitter.
beside
This
the
is
point.
the guy who censored the election. I think that
as a
quote's
legal
pretty
matter,
important.
this is beside the point. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to say, oh, if you don't do, 1, 2, 3, and the government's going to punish you, and you have to show that direct threat in order to get government action. That's one way to do it, but you can also show it through coordinated action. And I think anyone looking at the whole gestalt obviously sees that's what's going on if you're fair with the evidence. And that is what a jury is going to determine in a few months in some of the law cases that have been brought against Twitter in the United States government.
I guess the question is, where is the retribution from the government? Like implied or general or whatever. Like, what is it? Like, point to one.
What would the
anything.
retribution be for they committed the censorship? Why would they
But
need to?
But they did it. They most
The
of the
FBI
time
called
they
up and
rejected.
said, we want you to suppress this. The Russians created it. It may be fake. And they knew it was real 2 years before. Period. Case closed.
But every
Which
administration.
actually,
but every
to Alex's
administration-
point, the FBI already had this, so they knew it was real.
You didn't know
at
if
the time.
every single person in the FBI or the FBI guy coordinating with Twitter knew that they had that hard drive.
It's a pretty specific
The
request.
FBI liaison to Twitter said it's not real when they knew it was real.
They did not say that to Twitter.
Look,
They said, we believe this is Russian disinformation. You should suppress it.
Yeah, this came out in the Louisiana lawsuit when Elvis Chan was meeting. So Elvis Chan is the FBI agent meeting with Yoel Roth and others, Vijaya Gadde at Twitter and others. They specifically talked about this Hunter Biden hack and leak operation as if it was fake information, yet he testified that he knew that the FBI at the time had recovered in 2019 the actual, and still, we presume, they still have custody of the actual laptop that was left in Delaware.
And what amazes me is the way the liberals have changed on this. I mean, when I grew up, no self-respecting Democrat or liberal would be comfortable if the CIA and they didn't have Homeland Security there, but wherever government officials were sitting with the New York Times editorial board and telling them what stories to cover. No liberal. I grew up in a very liberal environment. They would be horrified.
Flip out.
They would flip out. Now, however, they're like, yeah, let's go do it. Oh, simply because there wasn't a death threat from DNI or CISA.
But you did have administrations like Lyndon Johnson calling the Chicago Sun, et cetera, and telling them to hold on to stories.
Yeah, they did, and people criticized it. They thought it was wrong. And what has happened to the left that no one says it's wrong anymore? That's the problem.
Well, I mean, every administration has done their best to try to manipulate the press to their end.
Yes,
So
exactly.
my question is, it seems to me that this is an economy of influence. So if you have social media companies, just like if you have media companies in general, whoever's in power is going to do their best to get an angle and make sure that they're covered favorably versus
But they've got an angle of the 800-pound gorilla where they're dominating all the
How do you
discourse.
avoid that? We've never been able to avoid that. I'm wondering if you're going to have these private companies and they're going to sway one way or another, right? It seems to be that most of the young people at Google and these companies tend to lean, let's just say, left in general,
98%.
right? It's hard. It's very difficult to then change that with a law.
So
right?
just let the public see it all.
Right. So
Let us decide.
Actually, there is a law.
Okay.
It was passed by the great state of Texas. Thank you very much. HB 20, which prohibits viewpoint discrimination by the social media companies. So that means that they can't kick people off because you're Republican or you have political views that
That's fair.
Jack Dorsey says, and that's fair.
Well,
It's the same rule that applies to this comedy club.
Right.
Yeah, right. They can't kick you out because you're black or you're Jewish or you're gay. And the same way, social media companies shouldn't be able to kick you out because you're Republican.
And this is a key difference because what you mentioned was newspapers, right? But a social media company is not a newspaper. It is fundamentally different. A newspaper has an editor, they have reporters, they have people who are deciding, and some sort of hierarchical process determining
Their
what's gonna be on
utility
the front
under law.
page. But a social media company is closer to a communications platform. So it's closer to you using, I would argue, and this is more, I guess, philosophical than legal, but I would argue it's closer to you picking up your cell phone and calling somebody, or I guess
It's a
texting
utility.
somebody.
Right, and
So the social media company
that's a good
comes
point
more
because
than that.
Because one of the defenses I've heard, even from the right, is the idea that Twitter was a private company and it wasn't the public square, even though it was treated that way. So that would be an effective defense, it seems. I don't agree. I think that they did seem to have a bias, but for the most part, they could still claim they're a private company. That algorithm was created by someone like Jack Dorsey, whoever.
But they were being directed by government consortiums and secret think tanks on dashboards on what to censor. That is government corporate collusion. That is fascism by definition.
Right, and then so the question before us is, we can go back and forth all day about, did they break specific laws? Did they violate the First Amendment? Some people would argue yes. Some people might disagree because you don't see it in this specific email. Got it, cool. But the bigger question, I think, going forward is, okay, we can't put the genie back in the bottle of social media or whatever comes next in terms of social intercommunication, right? We're going to have, VR is probably the next level, Oculus, all the metaverse, all these different things. So we've got to come up with some way as a society, right? If we want to have individual liberty, if we want to have freedom, if you want to continue to have freedom of speech, and by the way, especially in the weeks right before a major presidential election, right? So it's also the repercussions here. This isn't like, somebody posted, like Alex Jones posted a meme and he got banned for 12 hours. This is actual information that was prevented from getting to the American people.
But the biggest problem, I think, is not, I think it's taking care of itself. There are Rumble and all these different platforms are coming up, Minds. But my worry is that no one can agree on a fixed point of truth. Nobody can agree even on the sources.
So why should we?
Information. Sorry?
So why should we?
Right. I mean, it's like...
I couldn't.
That's why the Wild West is what we want.
Well, I worry, though, that we can't... It's very difficult to even agree on what the truth is. So if I were to say, well, here's what I think, and then you said, where'd you get that? I'd say, well, Fox News, and you'd stop me, you'd cut me off at the knee. Somebody would say, that's bullshit because they lie across the board.
Right.
And then we can't even actually have a dialogue. And that's what I think is the biggest worry. That it seems to me that there doesn't seem to be, we for the first time in history, information is so atomized, and we have been able to purify our echo chambers. And so it's very easy to surround myself with people that agree with me. And pretty soon I start thinking that is the only truth.
Right. Well, I don't
know how to get out of that.
From all the congressional hearings and all the evidence, populist conservatives, classic Americans, classical liberals are under attack, are being censored, are being targeted, are being debanked, are being harassed. So we know that the establishment has wrapped itself in a liberal garb. It has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. And they are attacking and censoring and surveilling. Because it's not just censoring. To censor, you've got to surveil. And we have the documents. We know there's been a huge campaign of suppressing populist voices that are against the establishment Washington global consensus. So let's just not lie about that. And if the pendulum starts swinging back and the right wing becomes authoritarian, like George W. Bush, I'll be against it like I was then. But right now, the big corporations posing as liberals are kicking our ass and are surveilling us and censoring us and controlling us. And we just need to get down to brass tacks and say, go back to the Wild Wild West, let the public make their own decisions, turn off all the controls other than going after criminals. That's the only answer.
Stephen, I know it might not be as much fun if you agreed or were against the Twitter files, but are you are you actually okay with what was happening with the government in Twitter?
Well, I think that's the interesting question, is nobody seems to know what the government was doing. It seems like everybody thinks that the government was there to try to censor bad media about political opponents of Donald Trump, and that was the whole point. The real answer, I think, is that post-2016, I think there is a huge scare that online platforms are being used, especially by foreign adversaries that are misrepresenting themselves to try to change the public discourse. So the question is should our intelligence agencies be involved in any size, shape, or form in alerting social media to these things? And I think that's an interesting question. I think that there's room for communication there. There probably needs to be a lot of transparency. I know before Elon acquired Twitter, they would, for instance, they'd post a report at the end of the year showing how many government requests they got or how many they fulfilled, the percentage that they fulfilled. But I don't think the idea that the government can't communicate whatsoever or give any sort of heads up whatsoever to companies is the answer. I don't think it's very realistic. And I think there's probably ways to do that.
Let me just say this. Prior to Elon taking over, anybody knew you tried to post a medical doctor criticizing shots, you got banned. You tried to post somebody questioning an election result, whether they're right or wrong, they're banned. You try to question, you show a video of an open border, you're banned. Everybody experienced being banned. So you can gaslight people all day. They know they got suppressed for what they saw and what they did, and that's not fair. We should be able to watch all of it and decide what's real, what's fake. I'm not worried about deep fakes. Anybody can watch something and say, that's not Joe Rogan saying that. That's a deep fake. And if an idiot gets full bite, that's fine. The control over arbitrating what's real and what's not is what we should really worry about.
Yeah, and also, if I could just say, this is not just politics. I mean, to me, one of the things that's been motivating is what happened to people like Jay Bhattacharya and Kuldorf at Harvard, who were great epidemiologists who were censored by the social media companies because they had a different point of view about COVID, and they turned out to be right about the.
But Adam, turned out to be right.
They turned out to be right.
Adam, speaking.
They weren't just censored; they were right.
Adam, speaking to what Destiny just said, where do you see any wiggle room for the government to reach out?
I don't think the government has a business in our speech unless it's a crime.
So, look, you go to D.C. and you have all these people from the intelligence agencies talking about there's misinformation and disinformation, and I was once corrected confusing the two.
They're the worst purveyors.
Right, and the point is, the cure is, as always, it's more information.
Buy my pillow.
Exactly.
Did you know Jack Posobiec secretly married Mike Lindell 2 years ago in Las Vegas?
Alex, I told you that in confidence. You said you would be our witness if I paid you off.
The difference is I'm marrying him. He's mine.
I saw him first. It was that mustache. It began with that dang mustache.
It's a
He's up at
sexy.
the bar there. You could talk to him if you'd like. So.
Mike Lindell's up there?
Exactly. No, don't get too excited.
Oh my God. Is Mike Lindell really here tonight?
He's been drinking some Bud Light,
Yeah,
folks.
sorry about that.
He's entertaining as hell. We need to get him down here. No, Jack and I battle over Mike Lindell. He was married to him for a month, me for a month. It's like a.
Well, joint custody.
We're having a child. It was Super Mario Brothers.
Stephen, but about the coordinated action that Adam is discussing, I feel like that term hasn't really come up, and like that is a new phrase that I haven't heard you address.
I think the issue, I think what's happening is we're in a new era where there's a lot of information. There's huge platforms that have huge levers on American society for control over our elections, right? The information that propagates on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter is affecting a lot of people. There's a lot of people that watch it. There's a lot of people that make decisions based off of it. And I think social media platforms are trying to navigate this really difficult terrain of figuring out how much responsibility they feel they have to that public discourse. But I mean, the conversation is infinitely shitted up with the fake request for the Hunter Biden laptop that didn't happen, or the censoring
the Hunter
Republicans
Biden's
or whatever.
fake.
It's on the
So we never,
Conspiracy.
we never
Not
actually
election
have,
meddling.
We never actually
these
get to have.
throwaway lines. Oh, it's fake.
I'd be happy
the
to
fake
share you the link,
request
man.
for Hunter
It's-
Biden's
it's
laptop.
still on
Dude, you
FEC.com.
never bring
It's
the
right
goods.
there.
You just have a throwaway line and claim we're not giving it. It's
Sure,
real.
okay, so
it's on
sure,
record.
The goods
it's criminal.
So the goods are that Elvis Chan, who was Yoel-Roth's contact at the FBI, did not know that the FBI even had that laptop until the story broke, which he also testified in front of Congress about. He also testified in front of Congress that he did not, I can read you the quotes if you want the testimony, that he never brought up Hunter Biden.
So we're not
Yoel-Roth.
sold out to China. Everything's fine, folks. Go
So what
home,
you're
go
saying
sleep.
is he was lying. So
Everything's
they
fine.
equivocated.
It's not lying. You're reading one quote and you're trying to read it in a certain way. If we
No, you're
look at
right.
the email, we can look at the emails for Twitter and we can look at the conversations that they were having internally over whether they should have censored that story or not. None
Joe
of them were
Biden
saying.
gets up
none
on
of
You're
them were
putting
saying.
the onus. You're
and
putting the
says,
onus
I told
on
the
us.
prosecutor.
Wait, Alex. What I'm saying is, the onus should be on the people who did the censoring, not the people who are upset about it.
Wait,
they
the
are
onus
the
by
ones
who? It's a private company.
by Twitter and the FBI. The onus should be on them to explain their actions to the American people. And you and I have just gone back and forth
Should
here.
every moderation action that a public that a private platform takes, do they owe the public an explanation on all of that?
No, I actually agree.
Why not?
Hunter Biden for president.
Wait, hold on. Here's a really important question.
Well, actually,
Is it
no.
possible?
In all seriousness, when you sign your terms of service to any platform, that is binding. And if you change your laws, and the courts found this out in the Alex Berenson lawsuit when they came up with the COVID strikes, and that was the policy. So they didn't follow their own policy.
In general, Section 230 protects them. Berenson was very lucky. But
He got lucky,
so-
I know, but the judge judge was able to hand it to him by
exactly.
saying that because they didn't follow their own policy, which he had agreed to, and just banned him outright because they felt like it, that they had actually broken their agreement with the user. So yes, they do owe it to the users.
But if I was Twitter, or if I was, my concern actually, as somebody who's a free speech advocate, I do think that we are in a unique time in history where these platforms allow information to diffuse so quickly. And you could plant a fake story, if you were smart enough, that could potentially turn people off to elect to
Like
voting for a
President Trump
candidate.
lost
You mean like what the media does to Trump every week?
That is an issue, right? So if that's an issue, how do we avoid that? Well, we can go back and forth about, whether or not
Having that governor on it is more dangerous.
Don't
than
interrupt,
that.
Brian.
Let the public figure it out. Listen, they censored Trump. Since when has a U.S. president been censored off a platform for no reason?
But you agree,
they have
but Alex,
dictators on
but
there.
Alex, you
but they
agree?
take Trump off.
You would agree, though, it is possible to float. Somebody who's creative enough can float a sensational story that all of us would go, "What?" and then change our vote.
No,
and then
I agree. So we need the CIA to protect us.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is an issue, though.
So
right?
I'm old
Yes or
enough. When I was going to the supermarket with my mom, there were all of these things called the National Enquirer and the Daily Globe with these absurd sensational stories.
Right, that's
you know,
true.
Nancy Reagan is having sex with aliens and is taking over the world.
We would get wise to it. We get wise to it. In other words.
Well, and all of the good suburban matrons were going past, looking at them and reading it.
Right.
Now, nobody thought that anyone that was real. No one thought it was a threat to national security.
Right.
The point is, there are always these fantastic stories about famous people, and it's only when the liberals have the control to shut conservatives down do these become threats to the democracy.
Right.
And that's very dangerous.
Yeah, since when did the left become anti-free speech? Look, this is anti-American. It's antithetical to freedom. It's all a lie.
Well, it's not just the left
They
that
can
does this.
confuse it all day long. No, I'm against the Republicans putting warnings on songs in the 80s. What the left's done is like the left claims the right wing's banning books. No, they don't want child porn promotion to 5-year-olds. Telling you're not going to give Penthouse magazine to a 7-year-old is not banning Penthouse. It means you don't sell it. Like, not selling cigarettes to an 8-year-old is not censoring people to get cigarettes. So the left says, oh, the right wing's banning books. It's the left banning speech and surveilling us and controlling us, and we all know it, and it's allied with the corporate fascist, and it's a fraud. It's that simple.
I actually have a great example for you about that. So, so I know we do a Q&A at a certain point when we get towards the end of the panel, but I want to do a Q&A with the audience, right? So Trump said that there was a way that you could cure your own COVID by drinking. Okay, you just heard that. Like, almost one guy said chlorine, but everybody else said bleach, right?
You failed.
Did Trump actually say that? No. But the media told you he did. Joe Biden told you he did.
Did he say Mexicans are bad people?
Did he ever once utter the word bleach? No. And so that happens already. I'm sorry? No, what was your comment?
Oh, yeah, no. Like, he implied that maybe that's an option.
Okay, here comes the cope. Here comes the cope. Here comes the cope, guys.
That's a good point, though. That's a good
He
point.
didn't say the word.
He was promoting.
I felt like he said
he was
the
promoting
words.
therapeutics, which we know they suppress vitamin C,
He was
vitamin
talking
D,
about ultraviolet lights.
hydroxychloroquine. They called it horse paste. And all of it was in real studies. The big pharma was suppressing real studies. People have a right to see that.
So I don't mean to get into the whole efficacy of it, but I just mean everyone in this room knew the answer to my question, and it was fake.
Right.
The whole thing was fake. Right. And so he didn't imply it. Like you just think he did because the TV told you to, because you let the TV do your thinking for you instead of actually listening to what actually happened. Like you just believe just because you believe a lie doesn't make it right.
$100,000. Anybody gives me a video of Trump saying drink bleach. It doesn't exist. It's in your mind. Admit you were lied to.
He didn't say the word bleach, seriously. It's actually funny.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Right, to your point, that was a very sensational story. It became a punchline on SNL. It became a punchline for Joe Biden throughout the rest of the campaign, and it was just a lie. It was just straight up a lie. Okay, that's not what I talked about. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Talk about bleach, not hydroxychloroquine.
So, Stephen, you might say that the secrecy with which the government communications with Twitter, that's an issue. So you would like to see more transparency with the communications? Like,
yeah,
what do you want to see?
Prior to Elon taking over Twitter, Twitter published a report at the end of the year showing the takedowns they got from the government, not exactly what they were, and then the percentage that they acquiesced to, essentially. I think that those types of reports are probably okay, but a step in the right direction. I don't know if they should.
Everything's
more
fine. There's no censorship.
Actually,
less
Stephen,
transparency or.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I had a question for you. No, I have a question for you. Just and legitimate question. Not got you anything. So. We're talking about, the Hunter Biden deal, that was obviously a leak, sure, right? We can all say that, and you might even go so far as to say, not you, but people might go so far as to say, well, it's maybe in the public interest to censor this because it was public information or private information, et cetera. So there is a leak that's going on right now in the public that's come out, this gamer, 21-year-old reservist or Air National Guard.
And they tried to claim it wasn't real at first, now they admit it's real.
They did claim it was Russian at first, but it turned out that it was real. As far as I know, and if anyone has seen differently, please let me know, please inform me. I haven't seen anyone take down any of those documents on Twitter right now that have been posted. Now, obviously, we're post Elon owning it. We don't know, to your point about government requests, whether or not the FBI has requested to take any of that down. But I'm just interested.
Kirby did request on Thursday that social media take it down, but you're right.
So, okay, Kirby did request that? But you don't know if he reached out to Elon.
No,
personally.
he just said he publicly said we're requesting.
So what are your thoughts? Because, I mean, obviously this has done national security damage to the U.S. Regardless of what your thoughts are on the Ukraine war or some of the other things that were in there, obviously it has done damage to U.S. operations and U.S. Clearly sources and methods, intel operations that are going on right now. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on whether or not that should be taken down or should it be reported, allowed to stay on.
I think there's fundamentally a different question between stuff that's like real and stuff that's fake. So, for instance, if we talk about like the Trump bleach story or the kitty litter story, I think there is an argument to be made that killing these kinds of stories early serves the public interest because the information is fake. Now, there's arguments on both sides behind that, but that would be like an argument in favor of killing those stories. I think the problem when you get into like leaked documents, especially like classified leaked documents, is if they're leaked at all, the damage is probably already done. So I don't know how effective it is to kill those stories once those documents have already seen the light.
How do you trust the people that kill the stories? Who picks them? Who are these people?
Well, it would probably be the people that run Twitter's moderation team, Alex.
Well, that'd be a really important group for authoritarians. The people that decide what's real and what's not. How about it is us?
Well, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of censoring highly classified documents.
We need some magic expert.
But
look, lies about me get told all the time.
Well, I guess
fantastic.
what I would respond.
I love them because within a few days, people first believe it. Within a few days, people figure it out. It blows up in their face. Every time the human intelligence, when they put out outrageous crap that I've personally been lied about, people wake up and figure it out very quickly.
Alex,
so what if this had happened just on this? So let's say Elon never bought Twitter. This happened. Yoel Roth is still there. His buddy Elvis Chan is still there. And then Elvis Chan comes to him and says, hey, and you remember this story was the initial story Reuters reported at one point. The initial spin was that this was Russian disinformation.
Hold on. Was that the initial spin or was that the initial thought? Because those are two highly different things. Do you think Reuters was trying to spin the story?
No. It was three unnamed officials went to Reuters and said, we believe this has all the, they always use that phrase, all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. So let's say Yoel Roth hears that and says, oh my gosh, Russian disinformation, here's his buddy Elvis Chan that he's built up all this rapport with, and decides to then go and make the unilateral decision, the same way he did with the Hunter Biden laptop, to censor these documents.
Well, he didn't, to be clear, that wasn't a unilateral decision. If it was, there would have been conversation inside the
Point
Twitter
is,
file.
the laptop's real, Jack.
The 12 people who...
Yeah, it wasn't a unilateral decision. There was a heated conversation on how to address it.
Election meddling.
The question is about, would you be okay if they had going off of that information for him to then go and censor it, even though later on we find out, because obviously there are other platforms, like Telegram was really one of the big ones where this propagated, that it was real.
I think it's a really tough question. I think that there is a strong argument to be made that having some kind of coordinated effort with the U.S. government to kill certain stories that might be damaging, especially to national security interests, could be a positive thing.
You're hearing liberals defend intelligence agencies controlling U.S. news. How they've taken the left over. My God, I thought Republicans were bad. Jesus Christ.
On the flip side, we're going to need some sort of oversight. I don't know whether that's another government committee, whether that's a public statement made by Twitter, to make sure that that process isn't being abused, because you don't want them killing stories that are just politically inconvenient.
But it'll always be abused, though.
Yeah,
it'll always be abused by either side. How do you avoid that?
Well, that's like that's.
Let him talk. I know you got blue hair, but you only get half the time. Go ahead.
So, I mean, since the Patriot Act, the huge, enormous intelligence community has been turned inward, looking at foreign interference in our press. And that is viewed as somehow actionable. And they have used that, of course, as a springboard to monitor a huge amount of lawful speech by Americans. I don't know why we're so afraid of foreign propaganda. I mean, what's going to happen? If we hear, nothing's going to happen.
What do you mean nothing's going to happen?
They also label American powerful speech as foreign.
You wanted this guy to talk.
And the point is, the best thing the government can do is say, look, we believe X, Y, and Z are actually working at the behest of the Russian government. You decide whether they're making good arguments. I mean, sometimes propaganda is right. Americans should be able to make the decision. And what happens when you decide, oh, this is a danger to national security, we have to suppress this? It's just an invitation to the whole, gobbledygook.
Now we become China, because China says,
to some
we
extent,
censor stuff to protect
from a legal
things.
point of view, like some of it is done illegally. Right? You can't misrepresent yourself as a U.S. citizen and then create a corporation in the United States for the purpose of spreading speech to influence elections. That's an illegal thing, right?
Then let's enforce the law. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Well, dude, I've been blamed in congressional hearings to work with the Russians. I've never been to Russia. Nobody controls a goddamn thing I do, including me. So the idea that I'm controlled by fucking Russians is a lie, and I'm sick of it.
Alex, does part of you enjoy the Streisand effect that you receive from being banned?
I love the Streisand effect, but I ain't working for no goddamn I mean, I watch congressional hearings. Jones is a Russian asset that puts out Russian information. I just watch the news and say, I think this is BS. No damn Russians like tapping me on the shoulder going, little devil, like Putin's like, what do I do, Putin? Oh, say this. It's ridiculous, man. And that's how what he just said. They've turned the entire intelligence apparatus that they used in the Cold War to take our liberties. Then it was take the Muslims' liberties they used against us, and now we're all terrorists. And everybody knows the intelligence agencies in any country that falls turn inward on their people and claim their people are agents of a foreign power. The Russians can't wipe their asses intelligence-wise. The Russians are having their ass kicked in Ukraine right now. The communist Chinese have got their act together and are basically taking us over. I'm just sick of hearing that the Russians control me. It's a lie, man.
True. Okay. So to follow up on that train of thought, I'm curious. Let's say that the government did publicly say, the government says, we think that this is propaganda. Wouldn't people like you be up here arguing then that they're still making then implicit threats against those people or on those platforms, like you said earlier? Like, let's say the government comes in and identifies like 10 or 15 different accounts as being propaganda. Let's say one or two of them get banned because they do break the TOS. Wouldn't we be right back on this panel saying the government was essentially threatening those social media platforms to ban those people?
I mean, possibly, but at least we could have a public discussion about it.
Do we block what Kim Jong-un says? We laugh at him. I mean, we're like, oh, North Korea says Kim Jong-un makes the birds sing. F him.
There's a guy.
I'm going to let you guys take over. I love you. It's been a great panel. But I'm just telling you, censorship, and America will defeat the globalists. Infowars.com.
Only in Texas, folks. Only in Texas.
I was gonna say, we'll see you later.
Yeah, no. What I was going to bring up though, because you talk about going after like threats against specific accounts, and this one doesn't. I'm sorry. Okay. And no, I'm all about being interactive. It's cool. And there was a situation. There is a situation. There's a 33-year-old man right now named Doug Mackey, who now this was not censored on Twitter. But he posted a meme that disparaged Hillary Clinton and her supporters in 2016 using his constitutional rights. He was just convicted in a federal court for posting his meme, and he is now currently awaiting sentencing for potentially up to 10 years in prison for posting a meme in an election.
What is he charged with?
He is charged with infringing rights. Conspiracy to infringe rights.
The Ku Klux Klan Act, which was
it's the KKK Act,
which was passed after the Civil War and intended against the KKK when they were actually, lynching people and preventing them from voting.
I'm curious. What was the claim that he was trying to do? Like, obviously, it has to go beyond just the meme because a ton of people post negative memes about
the memes actively discouraged people from voting.
You didn't see the meme?
I know that there are laws on the books, for instance, so...
there was more to it than
Yeah, so here's something, because I've heard stories like this brought up before.
It was a text-to-vote thing.
The only time this has ever been done.
Well, hold on. My understanding is that in the United States, I don't believe it's the only time. I think in the United States, if you give misleading information about where to vote, I think that's a federal election crime.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so if he was doing that, then it wasn't just a meme. If he was saying, text this to vote or go here to vote, I believe that is a crime in the United States.
That was a legit crime.
You're cool with a guy going to jail for memes?
No, hold on. It wasn't just for memes.
But intent matters.
It was a text. It was a text to vote.
So do you think that people actually texted this thing thinking that they were voting? For example, the fact that
I know that's a law. That's the only thing I would say.
I will say that after I believe 6 years of investigation, the federal government was not able to find one person. Not one person.
It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. If I go out and I were to draw a poster.
But I'm not asking about them. I'm asking you.
Right.
You couldn't find one person who bought it who actually fell for that meme.
I have no ideas. I would just say that if that's a law, I can understand why they brought that case. Then his lawyers can fight it out in court. My thing is, where I agree with you guys, is when you have any
That's like Soviet Union stuff, man. You're like, oh, they could fight it in court. That's no big deal.
No, what I'm saying is that he was convicted, or at least he's been charged with election fraud.
He's convicted.
But that's election fraud.
No, it's not.
It may not be. I'm just telling you that's what
constitutionally protected American speech.
But it was a vote. It was a text-to-vote thing that they were able to. They won that case, so I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean,
what I'm saying is the biggest threat is this, and I agree with you guys. If you have a council and I don't care what council that is now, I don't care who those experts are. If you have a council that decides what is to be censored and what is not to be censored, that to me is dangerous. I do think it has to be left to the people to decide. And I do think that we'll eventually learn, and we are learning in real time, how to take everything with a grain of salt until we can prove it. And we won't be so fast to act. I think the marketplace will figure out a way to say, here comes this story. Is it true? Is it true? And then there'll probably be a whole industry that'll sprout up that we can rely on. And I think if you let the marketplace do their work, you will have companies that will earn the public's trust. And they will be the ones to say, this is bullshit or this is real.
I wish we lived in this utopia that you're describing.
Don't we have that already, though?
No,
wait.
Where?
Okay.
Well, so if a story's floated and it's bullshit, what we all rely on is essentially the consensus. Even though it's mainstream media, usually we figure out, that was a lie. So the Steele dossier, for example, right? We kind of go, sometimes we're like, wait a minute, is this holy shit? The Russians have all this stuff on them? This is crazy. And then pretty soon somebody goes, it was bullshit. And it
took a long time.
It took a long time, but this is the world we're living in.
It took years. It took millions of dollars of investigations based on a complete lie.
Right.
It would use to hamper the President of the United States, which is essentially an internal coup against the elected President of the United States.
What would we do about that, though?
That was being done. What would you do is that you wouldn't let the deep state and these national security agencies determine the actions of the duly elected president. You'd allow him to do his job.
How do we do that?
You don't listen to bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not an answer.
The federal government.
No,
you don't allow the federal government to be able to come in and
I agree with you.
launch these crazy investigations based on this, and that
they're going to investigate
in order to get back on it. I'm sorry.
Too many bureaucrats.
Yeah, that's true.
And honestly, what I would do is I would start by locking up some of those people, like Mueller, like Christopher Steele, these people that launched all of this.
What is the crime?
Well, you just said conspiracy to infringe rights. So they infringe the rights.
When he was elected as a special prosecutor, his goal was to go and infringe the rights of
They infringe the rights of every single person in every single state that Trump won to have the president that they elected.
This is not a real crime. You're not speaking of a real crime.
Okay,
also,
you were just cool with the guy getting thrown in for memes.
To go back, well, hold on.
You're
so
totally
firstly,
fine with that.
Hold on. So to be fair, okay, because I looked this up now because I'm curious. So one, according to federal authorities, almost 5,000 voters fell for the texting ruse. It wasn't zero. I don't know.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. They found numbers who texted it, not who fell for it.
Number two, he was convicted by a jury of his peers. He was convicted on a jury. It wasn't just a government censorship or just a judge that did it. He lost in court.
No, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, that is not.
No, well, the first thing he said is not true. Not one person testified that they fell for this.
No one's
ever
been fooled.
Why would a person have to testify that that's not how it works?
Most of those texts were obviously
literally,
jokes.
you need evidence at trial. That's how trials work.
The evidence, the crime wasn't did you trick somebody. The crime was did you try to trick somebody.
Then why did you just bring up that number?
Because that number was what federal investigators said that they'd found in the course of their investigation.
Okay, but you just admitted that it's extraneous.
Look, the point.
No, it's extraneous to the conviction.
Then why did they bring it up?
Yeah.
Because you brought it up first by saying that nobody was tricked, which is not relevant.
The point is,
it was relevant in the discussion of his point that they were infringing on rights.
No government has ever interpreted that law to include parodic jokes that nobody, really would take seriously and arguably was not intended to take.
Okay, guys.
And that mere speech had never been used in such an extensive way. Really, any fair reading of the history of the law was for physical intimidation, threats of force, threats of violence, or clear physical efforts to confuse people. And it was a very dangerous thing when the government took this extraordinary step of taking a meme 4 years later. And just as a little backstory about the way Washington works, it was filed like the month Trump left. Because the lawyers at DOJ had been working on the suit for 4 years and been waiting for Trump to get out of office.
But it wasn't a meme, though, right? He wasn't convicted technically for a meme.
100% convicted for a meme.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go to Q&A, and it'll probably come up in Q&A.
So, which was a joke. So
here we go.
The question is, do you want to live in a country where people can go to jail over jokes?
No.
Well, it's unclear what his intent was. I don't. Can you speak to that?
The jury did not find it as a joke.
Okay, guys,
the
we're
jury
over
was
here.
not able to find any.
All right, guys, we're over here. We're going to start question one.
Oh, we got it.
Is NPR state-funded, and should any other media organization entity receive the same amount of funding?
I think that you should have labels on every single corporate Twitter account based on how they're funded, all of them. Well, corporate or government.
So I think the issue specifically with NPR is, my understanding is NPR and PBS are state-funded, but they're not state-ran. And that's a key difference, because people will point to things like the BBC or NPR, and they'll say, oh, well, these are state-run media. That's not true. They're state-funded, as opposed to, say, Russia Today, which is state-funded and state-ran, meaning that the state dictates the agenda of the media. It's a huge difference.
Yeah. Maybe there should be separate labels.
I agree.
So just put the label. I think they did change the label for NPR and BBC, didn't they?
All right, next question.
I think it says government. I think it says public funded.
It says publicly funded.
I thought they were upset. I thought the reason why they wanted to pull it because it said state-ran media. I thought that's what
they
initially
changed it.
did. Did they change it? Okay.
Yeah.
So this pertains to censorship and content moderation. Is not freedom of reach, freedom of speech. So if somebody turns down the volume on what I say so that no one effectively hears what I say, is that not the same thing as just stopping me from talking in the first place? That's for everybody.
I think it's a hard question. So, for instance, do you have a right to somebody else's platform as part of your freedom of speech? If I were to build a megaphone big enough that people were to use, do you have a right to my megaphone just because I've built it and I've made it available to other people? I think there's a strong argument to be made that the social media companies have gotten large enough that there probably needs to be some sort of consideration or special consideration given to them, because it does feel like if you get banned off 3 or 4 platforms, you are effectively completely delisted in U.S. society. But it has to be a more sophisticated conversation than just revoking Section 230 for every single social media company.
Yeah,
Completely agree.
Technologies from
That's
the
mine,
telegraph to the telephone, they were required by law to be provided to everyone, so everyone could enjoy them. And I think the same rule applies to social media. We can't have a certain elite saying, these are ours, sorry people, you can't use it, when we've done the opposite for telephones and telegraphs, and it's worked fine.
Wait, is that true?
Yes.
Is it, if I wanted to buy telephone service, the company is obligated to sell to me? They can't say no to a customer?
Yeah, it's called common carrier.
Okay, gotcha. But internet service providers don't have common carrier status, right? Okay,
not yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Go for it.
Thanks for all being here, guys. I wanted to ask, today we just have this justice system that really assumes guilt and has to be proven innocent. What should we be doing to actually get back to being innocent until proven guilty? And is social media part of that problem?
Yes, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem because what happens is the minute you're accused of something, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What happens is every corporate sponsor you have and everybody you have business with stops doing business with you because they all go too sticky. So that's a huge problem. So due process is dead for a lot of people because the minute somebody comes up and says, you did this. And the problem with that is that person gets a story and you get a statement and you're fucked. So if you are in a certain industry and somebody makes an accusation about you, see you later. And it doesn't matter how old that accusation is. It could be 30 years old, but go fuck yourself because every corporate sponsor goes, I can't, sorry, love you, but we can't do it. And that's a huge problem. So anybody who thinks we still live in a society where you have, and what it does, it creates an atmosphere of terror. People are terrified because I'll tell you something. Everybody's going to choose paying their mortgage and sending their kids to school and feeding their kids over a higher principle. And I don't blame people for doing that because that is the biggest problem with social media. And I see it all the fucking time in Hollywood. All the time. And there's no way you can fight it. And people just go, yeah. And everybody feels ashamed and hangs their head. Even when they fucking know that this person is innocent. And it could be in anything, and we see it all the time. And so I don't know what to do about that problem. I really don't. But until corporations go, hey, we believe in due process, and if you believe that, if you want to cancel somebody, you're next. You're next. And the only thing standing in your way is the organization in power, which switches all the time, is going to favor you, or it's going to kind of gloss it over and move on to the next person they don't agree with. And that's the biggest threat, I think, right now. I see it all the time. And I see too many people's lives get ruined as a result.
The biggest one most recently, speaking to what you're saying, is Johnny Depp.
Listen, man, I got 1,000 friends, including myself. You know, I've fucking, all of them, yeah.
But we don't all exactly have the same kind of resources Johnny Depp does to fight back.
Exactly.
And that's the thing.
Exactly. And cancel culture is very real. And what it means is all of a sudden you can't work and you got to sell your house and your kids have to say goodbye to your dog because you can't find a place. I've seen this with my own eyes in Hollywood. You know?
Yeah, that's actually a reason, though, that one of the reasons that I err on the side of allowing for more open social media, because if you've at least got a platform somewhere, if you've got your followers, if you've got people who have your back, if you have people that'll at least listen to your side, then you can get something going. Then you can.
Ooh. Oh, baby. I'm sorry about Davis. Ooh. Oh, baby. I'm sorry about Davis.
Can get something going and push back, or at least have people to fall back on if times do get tough and all those labels want to pull out.
Yeah, if you're a podcaster, if you're a comic, if you certain parts you can weather certain storms.
Right.
If you're just an actor, if you're just a director, if you're just a producer, if you're just an agent, if you just work at Netflix as an executive, we'll see you later, and nobody's going to touch you. And all it takes is a story. It doesn't have to have any corroborating evidence. And you have a press, a lot of activists in press who are looking for clicks because they don't make any money, and they got to figure out a way to make a story out of this.
Yep.
So the temptation, it's a systemic problem. It's a real issue. And I like the Whisper Network. Personally, I think the Me Too movement, in a lot of ways, is a good movement because I like fair play. And I also saw a lot of women deal with a lot of bullshit. I've been in that business for 30 fucking years. And I saw women have to eat all the dicks, no pun intended. I really did. And it sucked for them, and they had no way to fight back. And the minute they made one argument, the male Whisper Network canceled them. And that happened forever in Hollywood. And it wasn't until 2017 that Harvey Weinstein and the monsters got taken down. And all those shitheads got put on notice. But with every revolution, it will eat its young. You better be careful. And because the pendulum, Americans have so much trouble being in the middle. We have to swing one way or the other. And I think that's the biggest threat. Now, I don't have a solution for it. I really don't.
I think hitting on the last thing you said there, I think the problem with cancel culture is it's not social media driven. I think it's just driven by who we are as people. Yeah. I think that people aren't capable fundamentally of having so much information thrown in front of their faces. Like, I think we're built for, what is it, like 50 friends, I think is like sociologically, like how many you're able to keep at one point in time. If you show me like a Twitter feed and you put a story up of some guy and I see a headline, like 99.9% of us aren't even reading the fucking story. We see the headline, oh, that guy, I guess probably rapist, and then click off and then next, and that's it, and that's the only thing we do. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a thing, because when we talk about cancel culture, it's not really driven by social media companies. It's not even really driven by corporations. I think it's driven by people's just binary view of other people. And when you've got unlimited access into people's lives and you can see any mistake or any error or any reported issue with that person, it's very easy to flip a switch in your head and go, fuck that guy, I hate that guy, I'm not going to support these companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know, that's something that we have to get over.
I do wish corporations would say, let us look at the evidence first.
The real thing is, I think corporations need to fucking have a backbone. Because, like, are people really going to boycott fucking Nestle or Pepsi or Coke because they sponsor some guy that had a thing? Like, I don't think it'll happen. But corporations buckle so fast because they're so worried that, like, something is going to blow over, and destroy their,
All right, let's bust through a bunch here.
Okay, first, I feel like I need to make a public confession and commend Mr. Ottman. It appears the other day in the lobby of the Hyatt, I told him to get out of my seat. And he did not say, don't you know who I am? I think he deserves a hand for the grace that he did.
Bill Ottman, ladies and gentlemen.
Bill, why are you sitting in his seat, man?
An American hero.
Well, anyway.
He's a big man.
Handsome. He's tall, thin, and handsome.
He's got a cane, too.
I have been involved in Republican politics for quite a few years, to the extent that so far this spring I've met and talked to 3 presidential candidates. I'll probably meet another one in another week. I'm on a first-name basis with half the members of the House in my state. The Secretary of State of my state calls me Dan. The the governor recognizes me by sight, and I've had lunch with both of my senators more than once. So I think I have a fair appraisal of the Republican rank and file thought in flyover land. And I've been hearing tonight what Republicans think, and my reaction was, really? Not to people I run around with. So I would like to ask Destiny the source of his knowledge of what Republican rank and file think.
About what particular issue, I guess?
Of any of them.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about Twitter files, I'm going to be talking about Taibbi's reporting. I'm going to be talking about what Republican lawmakers or I guess people on Twitter or YouTube are saying. If we're talking about, I mean, it's just going to depend on the thing. But I guess I'd need like one or two examples, or just like one example, I guess, of what exactly we're talking about.
I was talking about when you just said, this is what Republicans think.
What was it? What was I talking about? This is what Republicans think. What was that in reference to?
It was closer earlier in the evening.
I think Alex Jones scrambled all of our brains a little bit. I wish I could remember specifically, but I try to. Wait, what did you say?
It's all right. Just the next one.
Okay.
With all the talk about TOS flagging, why have none of the free speech warriors tonight talked about the Elon Twitter censoring on behalf of the Modi government?
I think a lot of people are actually upset about that. You watched Sagar and Crystal were really pissed at him for doing. I mean, Elon has successfully enraged both the mainstream and independent media now. Like, banning the Substack was a bad move. I think that it was probably impulsive.
I'm sorry about neighbors.
Really think it through, and he'll probably apologize for it.
I want to thank Minds for hooking it up with a ticket tonight. My name is Rachel. I'm with the Liberty Broadcast. We broadcast here in Austin, and I just was wondering, what is it going to take to get us all on kind of like I'm watching you through the night, and I agree with this gentleman. You've been on every panel all night long, and I just have watched you harden and harden and harden more. And I'm hearing you yell out conspiracy theorist and Alex Jones and all of this stuff, and I feel like this side of the table is willing to sit down and have a conversation, but I feel like you're okay with just dismissing things like Hunter Biden laptop. There was proof of that. The Twitter files, there were emails sent. I mean, we can't just dismiss these facts. You know, what is it going to take? A decentralized platform, you know, social media platform where everybody gets a chance, and there's not, you know, this.
I don't know that
Elon
he was
Musk.
dismissing things. He seems to have been. Well, he seems to have been taking on all these subjects in good faith.
But I've heard him yell conspiracy theorist. Let me you rock up so hard.
Let me explain. Okay, this is my issue. Okay, this is what I hate about alternative politics is that oftentimes there are so many super organizations built up that the listener at the end of the day, you guys have no idea what the you're supposed to do. There's nothing actionable. And if you're just listening to political commentators that are feeding you fear, that are feeding you resignation, that are telling you that the entire what? That's fine that if you don't agree with it. That's what Alex Jones said. Rewind the tape. Go to rumble.com/live/destiny. You can watch the whole thing again. That's exactly what he told you. I asked him specifically. I specifically asked the question because I asked everybody this question. What do you want people to do? And that's really important. So what do you want people to do about it?
He's like, you use words like conspiracy
Alex,
theory.
what do people do about it?
Theory.
What do you want people to do about it?
I want people to be aware of
No, not be aware. What do you want people to do about it? You've made them aware. Now what are they supposed to do?
People,
this is the problem with your platform.
All
you're
trying to.
I'm sorry. I thought you were doing this for like 15 years. I thought you.
Well,
had a
hey,
quick
if
answer
my
to that.
platform's so weak, why are they trying to ban it?
Yeah, go ahead. What do you want people to do?
What are you gonna do, boy?
What do you want people to do, Alex?
I'm gonna wreck the New World Order. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. No, the conversation? Who cares about a conversation? What we need at the end of the day is you need no, lady. You guys have had conversations about this shit for a decade. What are you gonna do about it? Right? You have to do more than talk. You either have to. You've got to.
But he's talking. He's talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of discrediting this engagement. Like, I feel like overall it's been pretty positive.
I don't need you to defend me, okay? Listen, okay? I took my fan base out. I spent $150,000 of my money, and I took my fan base out, and we went to canvas for political candidates because I think that's important, right? Encouraging people to register to vote, encouraging people to get involved in the local communities. These are the types of actions.
Exactly.
These are the types of actions that are going to change the political landscape. The guy up here, the Republican guy that came up here that said he hated me or whatever, or I don't know if he said that. That guy, sure. Stop. That guy that came up here, from all the personal relationships he's developed, sounds like he's had more political effectiveness than 99% of the people in this room. But it's because he's getting involved on a local level. But if all you do is tell people that the CIA, the NSA, the government, the deep state, that all of these things are out to get you, then at the end of the day, what are you going to do? You're not going to vote? You're not going to get involved in the process?
Yeah, excuse me, I mean...
But would you agree that he's having a conversation, though? He is engaging, isn't he? He's not? He's not engaging? Wait, hold on. All he's saying, guys, all he's saying, I probably agree with most of the people. Listen to me. All he's saying is that it's one thing to speak and have a bunch of talking points. It's another thing to come up with actionable things that make a difference. That's the hard part. So all of us can sit here and talk about
that wasn't her
this
question. Wait, but that wasn't her question. Like, what are you doing? That, like, you're defending him. Okay, cool. But like, her question was, why were you just like attacking people as conspiracy theorists or saying something's fake when people could question?
Because 80%
that's what you're doing.
Because they are.
But like, she's asking.
Alex is a conspiracy theorist.
And so she's asking.
I think he'd even say it.
Am I crazy?
Right, so
I mean, I like him. He's a nice guy, but I mean, he's a conspiracy theorist.
Right, so,
that's his whole brand.
Right. So when you dismiss people, when you dehumanize people, like you just dehumanized Alex Jones
I'm not dehumanizing
on the stage.
him. I'm not.
You just treated him as lesser than a person.
I did not. Just not me.
You treated him like lesser than a person to do that.
His brand is conspiracy.
Everything he says is fear. Everything he says is anger. It's all conspiracies. No, I'm saying that's what he said. But then you just agreed with it.
Right.
And her point is that when you use that kind of language, like you just did, that turns off all the people that might be interested in hearing what you're saying because you come across like kind of a jerk.
Right. I got you. That's fair. That's fair.
Can you guys hear me?
I think you're right. I think the biggest thing, you're absolutely right. I think the biggest thing you have to do is draw common ground first and say, what's the problem we're all trying to solve? And give each other the credit to say, look, so let's take gun control. We don't like spree shooters. Everybody hates spree shooters. Everybody doesn't like somebody who comes in and just massacres everybody. Let's at least agree there. Let's honor the fact that we're both trying to solve a problem, even if you're on this side or that side. And you're right. And I think that's very important to not just say, you're a gun nut, well, you're a pussy. You know, that's what you hear, and then the conversation's over, right? So I think to your point, I think you're absolutely right. You've got it. But I do think Destiny is at least engaging, wouldn't you say? No, he's not.
All right, go to the next.
I give Destiny all. Wait.
Go to the next.
Go to the next. I give him all the credit in the world for being
over you right now, but
for being here. Seriously, I do. Seriously.
Sorry. What's that?
Sorry about that. So I'll try to make it quick. To Destiny's point about, what do you want to do about it? I heard a lot of people say that we have to have the government censor people, we can't have Twitter censor people, but nobody ever talks about whether or not a company has First Amendment rights when it comes to free association. So if you want to have a certain rule in place for Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, I don't give a shit, whatever you use for social media, how would you go about that without violating the First Amendment freedom of association section that is as it is currently understood? Thank you.
I'm happy to
Defer to the lawyer.
take that one. So, lunch counters can claim that they have a First Amendment right not to include, blacks or whites or whomever because of their expression as a, white lunch counter. We don't accept that. We accept that that businesses have basic non-discrimination obligations. In California, that includes, not discriminating against political groups you don't like, as in Virginia, as in the Virgin Islands, as in the city of Seattle. So we're just applying these principles that every other business in the world has to apply to social media, and that's not wrong. Number two, and it's a deeper question, is nobody looks at Twitter and it's like, oh, I want to see what Elon Musk feels about what my mother just posted. No, you go to social media to see the views and expressions of your friends and family. The social media as a whole is not like the local news that presents an editorial. It's more like the telephone company. The telephone company doesn't present a view. It doesn't have any First Amendment rights either.
Well, hold on. I feel like for what you just talked about, when you talk about like discriminating on like race and stuff, those are like defined protected classes. I don't think political speech is like a defined protected class in the federal government. I don't think in California it's defined as a protected class.
Well, you're right. I never said it was defined by the federal government.
So I'm saying like Twitter right now as it stands, I don't think Twitter can ban you from the platform for being black. I don't think they can do that.
Yes, they can. In fact, I was arguing in court with Twitter's lawyer who said, we have the right to get rid of all gay people. And then he said, of course we wouldn't do that, Your Honor. But they say they have the right to do it.
Company, you mean?
It's a private company.
Right. My understanding...
Okay, guys, we got to go to the next question. Sorry.
Trust the lawyer.
But this does fall under common carrier laws.
Okay, so
and you would need a new legislation to apply it.
So Twitter has more or less adopted a combination of FARA and open source information to label news media platforms. There was the big thing about NPR being labeled state media, which I think is hilarious. So considering that Congress and the Subversive Activities Control Board established a rubric to determine if a U.S.-based political party or organization was classifiable as subversive, would it be a violation of free speech principles to label the social media accounts of those people involved in political strategies developed by foreign states, such as the Venezuelan government-affiliated Party for Socialism and Liberation, Workers' World Party, and Black Lives Matter?
My understanding is the illegality comes from misrepresenting themselves. So, like, if you have an account called, like, I'm the Russian media account, and then I'm starting to post stuff, even if it's misinformation about the United States, I think that's on the up and up. You're okay to do that. I think the problem is when they misrepresent themselves as U.S. citizens or U.S. entities.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Although, I would be on... that's an interesting, difficult issue you put your finger on. There's two sides on it. On one side, government's just disclosing information. That's good and helpful. On the other hand, if they abuse it and you are unfairly labeled as a subversive, that's chilling on speech. So I hate to be lawyers, that's a tough line to draw. I could see regimes in which they were fully transparent and which people had the right to dispute and challenge their designations as being fair, but it's ripe for abuse.
All right, we got like 3 more minutes.
And by far, we should say, by the way, while we're here, that the government that spreads the most foreign disinformation about their political adversaries is the United States government. Throughout the Middle East, throughout Eastern Europe. I mean, this is very, very clear.
My question, maybe you've already partly answered it. Do you think the Twitter files were handled correctly? And if not, what would you do in the future to prevent whatever wrongdoing happened with the Twitter files?
I would honestly, this is something where I disagreed with the strategy. I would have loved to see much more of an open source database where people could go into and, take off people's personal, email addresses, phone numbers, that kind of thing. But I didn't like the idea that even though we got a lot of emails, there was still this filter of the people who were there. So to Destiny's point, maybe there were emails that we don't know, right? We just literally don't know what we don't know. And I would have much preferred a more transparent version.
And we have nothing about the present as well. We have nothing about the present day situation. Like, what's the conversation with Twitter, between Twitter and the government, like today?
I'd love to know.
Also, because nothing seemed to have happened, right? Like, we get all this information, and I always worry that you find all this stuff out, and then we just move on to the next subject, and everybody gets away with it, and nothing happens,
Right. All right, last question.
So this question is for Jack.
Cool.
You're a conservative, principled defender of free speech. You're a critic of government overreach. So I was wondering if you'd be willing to publicly condemn, based on reporting from the Twitter files, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, testimony before Congress.
Condemn them?
Say what?
To condemn them?
To condemn the authoritarian censorship of Twitter by Donald Trump and the Trump White House during his presidency.
When Trump asked them to take down like a negative comment, or someone in the Trump White House asked him to take down a negative comment.
Sure. Or when Matt Taibbi said.
I think it was silly, yeah.
Well, no, is it silly or is it censorship?
It's not the same thing as taking down the Hunter Biden laptop. No, it's not authoritarian.
I didn't ask you if it was the same. I asked you if if it was authoritarian censorship and if you'd be willing to condemn it.
I'm glad that Twitter didn't do it. Yeah, I think it was a stupid
Was
move.
it wrong for him to request it? To
I don't think
insist on it?
I don't think Twitter or anybody should be requesting takedowns on Twitter. 100%.
Including the sitting president of the United States.
If it's Donald Trump, if it's me, if it's you, I don't care.
And what about when Taibbi said in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House made multiple requests? It wasn't just the Chrissy Teigen tweet. It was multiple requests. Was it wrong? Will you publicly condemn it?
Well, he already did. I literally just said I agree. They shouldn't have done that.
All right. All right, give everyone a round of applause.
Yeah, Trump was wrong.
Just want to say, folks, had a great night. Thank you to Bill. Thank you to Minds. Folks, you have to remember that a chimp in the state of nature will never masturbate, but when you put it in a cage, it will.
Promo code Tanya.
The United States is becoming more polarized than ever before. But that's a bit deceptive because it makes it seem like everybody's disagreeing with everybody more than they ever have before. But I think in some ways, in a scary way, the United States is becoming more similar than ever before. And that it's not there's like this whole scatter point of everybody fighting with everybody. It's that people are withdrawing into these two very homogenous sides. So where like the left and the right are like lockstep with each other on certain issues, and they're pulling away from each other faster and faster.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
so like
interesting. What do you worry about in the Democratic? You've been a supporter of Democrats and been very active in getting the vote out, right? Would you say you're Democrat heavy, Republican light? Are you? What do you worry about within your own party?
I am not Republican. I am all in on the Democrat. I'm 0% Republican. I think the Republicans are insane. I wish there was a strong conservative movement in the United States for like reasonable people. But oh my God, the Republicans are unhinged.
Yeah.
I actually agree with Pelosi when she said we need like a strong Republican Party because there are radical aspects of the Democratic Party, although at least legislatively they're very much in the minority, right? Like your Justice Dems, your AOCs, like these people don't have like significant political power within the party yet. And they tend to be kept at kind of like the fringes or like in schools or something, I guess. But legislatively on the Republican side, man, those guys are off the chain.
Well, it does seem like you've got 30% of the population that will vote for Trump no matter what. And I've never been a proponent or a fan of that guy. I don't think he's interested in America. I think he's interested in Trump. He's a fucking Trumpist.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who has, I think, a condition called narcissism. That's a condition.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a mental illness, and I'm not kidding. I mean, I really feel that way.
Personality disorder, NPD, narcissistic personality disorder.
It's actually incredible. And I've met some people like that. And it took me a while to realize they're beyond, I mean, everything. It's never their fault, and it's always someone else's fault. So, but, you know, he's funny, charismatic.
He is.
Came along at a time when people just, you know, were done with the whole thing and wanted to throw the whole chessboard in the air, right? But
there's this trajectory that I think politics takes sometimes where there's this concept called populism, where you get these political leaders that are like, I'm about the people. Am I allowed to swear here?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Institutions, corporations, all these other politicians, I'm going to be your like leading saving grace, basically. I'm going to lead you through the darkness, you know, into the heavens. And the trajectory is always the same. Sometimes they'll get elected if there's enough like mistrust of the institutions, and then they get elected, they have all their promises, they do basically nothing because they don't know how to function within the system, none of their ideas were realistic, probably not even good to begin with, and then they do nothing and then they just basically drop off. And I think that's kind of what we've seen for like the 6-year kind of like cycle that Trump has taken.
Yes.
Where he came in, he had his tax cut thing done, and then that was it. Nothing legislatively, nothing really accomplished, kind of embarrassing in a lot of different ways. And now they just lost their 2022 midterms, which honestly, as a Democrat, we were all kind of expecting to get crushed.
Yeah.
I'm still not entirely sure how. how
well, do you think
so
it was?
poorly,
It seems like the Republicans that were in favor, or at least were election deniers and things like that, did not fare well. Americans don't like that. Americans get. I got very nervous at that. I was just like, I knew Roe v. Wade was going to bite him in the ass. I knew that was an overreach because that had been set as precedence, and that's a religious, emotional, ideological.
I've always said there's two things. It's gun control for Democrats and it's Roe v. Wade for Republicans. If both those sides could just drop that shit, they would gain so many more.
Yeah, because
Democrats, dude, Beto O'Rourke, I'm gonna take your AR-15s. Like, what are you doing, dude? You're in Texas.
You're in
right?
Texas.
Yeah, and Republicans are like, fuck abortion. We're gonna. And it's like, damn, okay, I guess if you really want to lose, yeah. But everybody has their pet issues that they can't let go of, and it fucks them so hard.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel politically homeless, and that's a reason. I want to talk to you about gun control because I remember, what we tend to do is this. We'll do this. People go, on one side, it's abortion. So even in incest and rape, huh? Is that how you want to do that? So if an 11-year-old gets pregnant by her father, her own father, this shit happens. I know it's rare. I know it's the minority of the cases, but you're going to make that child have the baby, are you? Really? And is she supposed to breastfeed that child before or after Girl Scouts? What the fuck are you talking about? But then we have the other boogeyman, which is you want puberty blockers for children before they have a chance to decide what their gender is, and this gender madness is. So I find myself on both sides of that, violently opposed to both of these extreme. Maybe they're straw man arguments, maybe they're boogeyman arguments. I don't know.
So a lot of them are boogeyman arguments, but here it took me a long time to figure out why are boogeyman arguments so popular. And I think the reason why they get popular is because, let's say, somebody creates some crazy article about how their 4-year-old child is trans, okay? Blows up on Twitter. The reason why these become so popular isn't because there's this epidemic of 4-year-old trans children. Right. Because a lot of people on the left will jump up to defend it, even if it's not true. And I think that's where the boogeyman comes from. Because, I think there are certain stories where somebody should be like, do you think a kid can be trans at 4-year-olds? If somebody were asking that, it's like, no, I don't think so. That's ridiculous. And then you move on to the next thing. Yeah. But when people are like, well, maybe they could be, there's a lot of stuff that children, are dealing with at 4 years old. And it's like, okay, well, when a bunch of people jump up to defend something, even if it's just a one-off story, the fact that you have so many people willing to defend it, that's enough cause for concern. And I can empathize with the cause for concern there. Now, there are other stories that are just total bullshit. I'm sure you followed the kitty litter saga for the, I think that originated on Rogan, where he said he thought a friend told him that they put a kitty litter in a classroom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and this has reverberated throughout every corner of the United States, and it's just completely not true. Yeah. You mentioned those echo chambers. This is something I've been harping on a lot. And deceptively, the United States is becoming more polarized than ever before. But that's a bit deceptive because it makes it seem like everybody's disagreeing with everybody more than they ever have before. But I think in some ways, in a scary way, the United States is becoming more similar than ever before. And that it's not there's this whole scatter point of everybody fighting with everybody. It's that people are withdrawing into these two very homogenous sides. So where the left and the right are lockstep with each other on certain issues, and they're pulling away from each other faster and faster.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think that I want there to be people that are fighting for 12-year-olds to be on puberty blockers. I think that's fine. You should push as far left as you can. But there needs to be somebody reasonable on the other end, saying well, maybe until the person's 18, they don't really know, And then ideally, when you have these two people arguing, this is my very market of ideas bullshit that hopefully works. But ideally with two people fighting, hopefully somehow we come to some kind of reasonable conclusion. And it might not be in the middle. It might be more on the left. It might be more on the right. But just having the discussion, I think,
that's part of the grand experiment.
Yeah.
That is what the United States is founded on. The idea that you have ideas that battle it out, and the best idea wins, right? And sometimes with this funny expression, idea sex, the two ideas get together and a new idea is born, right? But that is how we move forward. I think that a bicameral legislature is exactly what the Founding Fathers wanted, because not only does it slow the process down, but it also ensures that we do have an intelligent voice on the left and on the right.
Oh, ideally.
Yeah, ideally, right? But that is kind of what our strength is. And what I also worry about, maybe is, there are people that seem to think, well, all the institutions are broken, and then other people like me are like, whoa, don't fuck with you start talking about how the elections are tainted and the FBI is completely corrupt. Guys, take it easy here. These institutions are very important for a functioning democracy, or a republic, I should say, right? So do you think that there are institutions that are broken, or how do you guard against that?
So backing up for 1 second, an institution has to exist because necessarily there are like these third-party bodies that we have to entrust to do things because we live in a really complicated world. I don't have time to vet all of the electrical wiring in my house. I don't have time to make sure that when I turn the in my car, the engine's not going to fucking explode. At some point, I've got to say, okay, there's a third-party body. I'm going to trust you to make sure everything's running okay. Right. So institutions are like a necessary part of any functioning, like sufficiently complicated society. Unless you want to go and like pick berries in the woods, you kind of have to have them.
Right.
In terms of are there any institutions that are broken? I don't think there's any institutions that are completely broken. I think if it was, I don't think the country would have lasted this long. I mean, no institution is beyond reproach. Like, I think it's good to be critical of, like, there are interesting conversations to be had about, like, mail-in voting stuff. There's good conversations to be had about, like, the machines we use and the process and everything. But the issue is that we don't have any good conversations about any of these topics ever.
Right.
Because people get fucking insane.
They do.
On both sides about
Look at
some
COVID.
of the things.
COVID was an example, right?
Sure.
It came from a lab, okay, or it came from a wet market. Well, then you're on the left, I'm over here on the right. Masks work. Masks don't work. Vaccines work. Vaccines kill you. Vaccines have major side effects, and they're widespread. There's this unexplained 10% mortality, sudden mortality. We can, it's almost like I'm getting to a point where I can finish people's sentences.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, you can write the whole fucking script. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I only need like 2 or 3 like sentences, and it's like, okay, you're about to tell me about this and that, and we're gonna go down this street. Yeah.
Right. And then I hear a guy like you, and I go, I just kind of hear a guy who seems to be very responsive to evidence.
Yeah, but it just sucks because so like for COVID in particular, okay. So this is the interesting conversation around vaccines are, in my opinion, what is the threshold for how dangerous a disease has to be before we mandate a vaccination for society, before we start like cutting people out of work and stuff. That's a really interesting conversation. If let's say COVID had a 0% mortality rate and a 0% hospitalization rate, right? It was just a cold, nobody went to the hospital, right? Probably wouldn't be mandating we probably wouldn't be mandating anything, I would imagine, right? But on the flip side, let's say COVID had a 50% serious hospitalization rate. Even conservatives would probably say like, okay, yeah, I think we probably need to we need to tell everybody to get vaccinated because half your voter base is going to die if you're a conservative and they're all old, right? But the problem is you've got people that will dogmatically stick to these positions. Conservatives say, my body, my choice. Like, no one cares about your body. It's because it's an infectious fucking disease, okay? It's not your body, your choice, okay? Yeah. So conservatives will stick out these positions. Will say, you should never be able to mandate anything. Bullshit. If this was a disease that infected and murdered, like, children at a 95% rate, you'd be vaccinating people yourself.
Look at polio.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you get images of kids dying and shit.
I have children. So if their polio if there was a disease like polio that was crippling children, get the fucking vaccine. Right?
Absolutely. But then on the flip side of that, I can understand because I've got a child too. And when you see, I've got a son, an 11-year-old son, and everybody's saying like, people, young men getting vaccinations, myocarditis, they're getting killed and blah, blah, blah. Like I can understand why some people are like, oh shit, okay, well, I don't know if I want to do this or not. And realistically, it's like 3 kids have died in the United States from COVID, right? The actual number is a bit higher, but it's very, very, very rare.
Very small.
But yeah, but that's the conversation that I want to see people having, right? Like, let's fight over this. Not like does the fucking mRNA vaccine change your DNA and cause you to mutate into like a Bill Gates sycophant, or like not does like should we all be eating hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin because the pharmaceuticals are compromised, and not like all this other like wild shit. Like masks do absolutely not. Like, have you seen somebody sneeze with a mask on and a mask off? Like, obviously they do something.
Yeah.
Right. Now, is a mask going to be the 100% saving grace of everything? No, probably not.
Right.
But every little bit.
But there's a reason. Like my buddy who's a doctor said, there's a reason I wear a mask when I come into the office.
Sure,
like yes, they don't. On a plane, I understand, but there is. Doctors wear masks when they operate on you, when they come talk to you, whatever it is, they have masks on because we know that at the end of the day, I hate masks. I fucking hate them, but I'm just saying.
Or even worse with facial hair. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hate them. They're claustrophobic on the plane, but I understand that the medical establishment that already wears masks were, what did you think of Fauci? Like, well, Fauci's been demonized, and then, now he's a hero on the other side. So what do you think about, is he just an incredibly cautious person?
I think for the most part, he's pretty cautious. Usually when people try to like pin him on really irresponsible statements, usually when I go and look up the full context, usually it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Or it's not bad at all. I guess I'm sympathetic because I've been streaming for 12 years. I might have more live content than any other individual on the internet.
Oh,
at this
dude, it's
point,
so easy to fuck up.
Yeah,
It's
and
so
like,
easy.
dude, yeah, if you want to clip like 1 or 2, and I've lived this where people take like a 30-second
too.
statement of me, and it's like, okay, well, I don't do 30-second statements.
Dude.
Okay, I do 2-hour videos. Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're quoting me there. That's not my statement. That's somebody else's content at that point.
Yes, but it clicks. It's good for clicking.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Dude, I'm 55. I know better. I read Carrie Lake, okay? Carrie Lake in Arizona. I liked the way she spoke to CNN. She had a clarity. She was very fucking, she was giving it to people who were on the media that were being unfair and biased to the left. I didn't do any research, and I was like, I like her. I like her. Then I find out she was a Democrat. Then she was a Buddhist. Now she's a Christian. Then I find out she was an election denier, but without really any evidence. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? I listened to a really intelligent podcast, Commentary Magazine podcast, and they're I guess right of center, but they're very fair and they're very, very responsive to evidence. They have their liabilities like everything else, but they were just going in on who Carrie Lake was, and I was like, wow, I am a fucking sucker, man.
Sure.
And I know better. I know better than that.
There's a lot of information out there though. It's hard to vet. I would get in trouble for like retweeting somebody, and then somebody would DM me like, that person's a Nazi, right? I'm like, fuck, I don't know, dude. It was a funny fucking tweet. I didn't fucking know.
I don't know.
Like, okay.
Yeah. Well, and the struggle continues, right? The struggle continues, and I always feel like if there were more people like yourself who you feel very intellectually honest.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that statement is recurring. Everybody feels that way.
No, but you are.
Well, I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
you might just be saying that because you agree with me, though. Who knows, right?
I just liked you. I
Sure.
just thought this guy's probably got views I disagree with. He's a social democrat, but I could learn from him, and he's an intelligent guy. And again, I can tell when somebody's just honest. Because it's not fun to debate. It's not fun to be like you're full of shit. It is fun, but it's also like sometimes it's like it can be a contentious thing, and it's kind of like. Because these things matter. If you the marketplace of ideas matter. When the wrong idea gains traction, people die sometimes, right? So I guess So what do you worry about in terms of the Democrats? What is the overreach on that side?
Legislatively, I think it's okay. My biggest concern when it comes to the left has to do with like school-related stuff right now. That's generally what I'm concerned about. Because legislatively, like the radical wing of the party just doesn't really have much say or much power. Like I'm okay with pushes into like green energy. I think we should be leading the world in that. I'm okay with like expanded like welfare for certain types of people, like the child tax credit and everything. I think I'm okay with that. Most of the issues that I have with are how like far left people conduct themselves in college campuses, and then
Yeah. What about that?
It's kind of cringe.
What do we do about that shit? I mean, because it is talk about a purified echo chamber.
It's like one of those things. There's like a million things. Like, how do you make it so a child doesn't commit crime? It's like, well, they need good school, they need good parents, they need good health, they need a good neighbor, right? I think the big one. So, going very, 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 very fundamental. And I understand where this comes from as a parent, and I even struggle with this sometimes. You want your child to be set up to succeed as well as possible. And adversity sucks. You don't want people to like struggle. It feels bad watching somebody struggle.
Right.
Like it's not a good feeling. But it's probably a necessary part of like growth and the human experience. And I think we've kind of tricked ourselves over the past 10, 15, 20 years that like all adversity is bad, that any type of opposition is bad, any type of friction is bad. So life needs to be as frictionless and as non-controversial and non-oppositional as possible.
Yeah.
And you get these schools where it's like college is, in my opinion, it should be like Hogwarts. It's like a magical place where you can find really fucked up shit, but you're in school, so you're in the best environment to deal with it. And, you know, if a Nazi wants to give a speech on campus, you can go back to class afterwards to your poli-sci teachers and you have a conversation about what they said. And that's like the last place in life where you can truly be challenged and have an ability to go through those ideas.
Right.
It's not going to happen in the fucking workplace, right? Once you leave college, that part of your life, that chapter is closed and you're done with that forever.
Right.
So the idea of making college this seamless place where you're no longer challenged ideologically is, in my opinion, like one of the most damaging things you can do to a kid going through college.
Agreed 100%. I heard a Princeton professor said, I try to teach my kids not what to think, but how to think. And that is kind of what college is there for. And you need to be exposed to disturbing thoughts or thoughts that grate against your biases. Yeah, you know, and that is that changing, do you think? You know, you're young, so you're on this. Is there I feel like my daughter at 14 is aware of she might be different because she's just got an active mind, but she's very aware of the nuances. I'm always rather shamed at how I box her in as this black or white child, but she's just like, hey, dude, I know about, like, you know, I'm not saying 10-year-olds should get surgery. She hits me with stuff like that. She, you know, she comes back at me with this stuff. You know, Twitter's a toxic place, Dad. None of my friends are on it. You know, I get that. I'm like, this is fucking great.
Yeah.
So do you?
Well, that's good because at 11 years old, my kid is asking me like, Dad, what do you think about Andrew Tate? I'm like, oh.
He's a boy.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. I got a boy
I'm like,
too.
Nathan, go back to Fortnite, okay? Let's not.
What do you think? What do you think of Andrew Tate? I mean, have you actually?
Like masks do absolutely not like and non-oppositional as possible.
I think women are
hate, but have this like liberal know-it-all to be cognizant of your place in society and just let it roll off your shoulder. And it's like, bro, not everybody feels that way. Like you're talking about white privilege and fucking these guys are United States fentanyl and doing meth in the Midwest. Like sometimes. Because legislatively, like the radical wing of the party just doesn't really have much say or much power. Like I'm okay with pushes into like green energy. I think we should be leading the world in that. I'm okay with like expanded like welfare for certain types of people, like the child tax credit and everything. I think I'm okay with that. Most of the issues that I have with are how like far left people conduct themselves in college campuses, and then
yeah. What about that?
It's kind of cringe.
What do we do about that shit? I mean, because it is talk about a purified echo chamber.
Yeah, there's like it's like one of those things. There's like a million things. Like, how do you make it so a child doesn't commit crime? It's like, well, they need good school, they need good parents, they need good health, they need a good neighborhood, right? I think the big one. So, going very, 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 very fundamental. And I understand where this comes from as a parent, and I even struggle with this sometimes. You want your child to be set up to succeed as well as possible, and adversity sucks. You don't want people to like struggle. It feels bad watching somebody struggle.
Right.
Like it's not a good feeling. But it's probably a necessary part of like growth and the human experience. And I think we've kind of tricked ourselves over the past 10, 15, 20 years that like all adversity is bad, that any type of opposition is bad, any type of friction is bad. So life needs to be as frictionless and as non-controversial and non-oppositional as possible.
Yeah.
And you get these schools where it's like college is, in my opinion, it should be like Hogwarts. It's like a magical place where you can find really fucked up shit, but you're in school, so you're in the best environment to deal with it. And, you know, if a Nazi wants to give a speech on campus, you can go back to class afterwards to your poli-sci teachers and you have a conversation about what they said. And that's like the last place in life where you can truly be challenged and have an ability to go through those ideas.
Right.
It's not going to happen in the fucking workplace, right? Once you leave college, that part of your life, that chapter is closed and you're done with that forever.
Right.
So the idea of making college this seamless place where you're no longer challenged ideologically is, in my opinion, like one of the most damaging things you can do to a kid going through college.
Agreed 100%. I heard a Princeton professor said, I try to teach my kids not what to think, but how to think. And that is kind of what college is there for. And you need to be exposed to disturbing thoughts or thoughts that grate against your biases. Yeah, you know, and that is that changing, do you think? You know, you're young, so you're on this. Is there I feel like my daughter at 14 is aware she might be different because she's just fucking got an active mind, but she's very aware of the nuances. I'm always rather shamed at how I box her in as this black or white child, but she's just like, hey, dude, I know about, like, I'm not saying 10-year-olds should get surgery. She hits me with stuff like that. She comes back at me with this stuff. Twitter's a toxic place, Dad. None of my friends are on it. I get that. And I'm like, this is fucking great.
Yeah.
So do you?
Well, that's good, because at 11 years old, my kid is asking me like, Dad, what do you think about Andrew Tate? I'm like, oh.
He's a boy?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a boy,
I'm like,
too.
Nathan, go back to Fortnite, okay? Let's not.
What do you think of Andrew Tate? I mean, have you actually done a deep dive on him, or just?
Yeah, Andrew Tate's a hard one. He says a lot of things that I think are overwhelmingly positive and like need to be heard, and then he says some stuff that's just so like off the wall, like
it's a character,
dumb.
right? It's
I don't know if it's a character or not, but like there's this whole like he definitely. I should be careful. I don't know if he started this or if he's taken some of this and gone with it, like the Red Pill movement. There are definitely some of these pervasive ideas in the Red Pill movement that I think are kind of cringe.
Traditional masculine.
I don't like that word. Because they say traditional, but there's nothing traditional about a lot of the ways they co-opt like religion and everything to try to like spread these weird messages like, oh yeah, like I'm Muslim or I'm very Christian and that's important. And also I fucked 20 girls at one time. And it's like, what the fuck are you? You can't pick and choose, my dude. Okay, pick something and stick with it.
Yeah, that's so fucking true.
Yeah,
that is so true. I think that I think a lot of this is reaction to forces greater than ourselves and the sort of unknown, the exponential growth of social media and technology. And a lot of us as human beings don't see a place for ourselves in the future. When you hear things like blockchain and nanotechnology and gene editing and, we're going to mesh with, it's like, well, where the fuck does my biology kind of fit in here, And I think some of that is, and so you have these sort of two extremes. You have men, and I'm really speaking about white people here, but white liberals will tend to kind of like, I think all white people, I have this joke I'm trying to write that white people basically fear, we all fear the exact same thing with it, which is extinction or minority status of some, like we see this brown, this tidal wave of color coming and we're like, ooh, they're having a lot of kids. Well, where's my kid going to be? And then so you have these two reactions. One is the very liberal reaction, which is like, we agree with you. Fucking no, there's no color. Fuck these. We're going to find the whites, the bad whites, and we're going to expose them and come on in and put them in positions of power so that they have something to lose as well. Maybe that's an intelligent way. And then you have bros, some of my friends who've moved to Texas and things, who they don't really know what to do, so they need access to a well. They got to have all the guns. They got to have a freezer full of deer meat and and some dried lentils in the ground. And then I got to grow an aggressive beard and take jujitsu in my 40s.
And have like the sunglasses. And these are the guys that are like, check out my bed. And they do this, and the shotgun comes down from the top, and they're like, how cool is that, right? It's like,
exactly.
Okay, dude.
So
okay.
It becomes this sort of like, all right, dude, I guess, you may as well punch the ocean. It's like, it's this almost, we have to simulate. There is this masculine movement. Men feel like they're being attacked. With the Me Too movement, everything, men feel like, holy fuck, a woman gets a story, I get a statement, or whatever it is. You hear all these things. It's like men feel like there is, and there does seem to be somewhat of a war on boys to the extent that it looks like men, and this might be for a lot of reasons, but the suicide rates among young men is way up, especially in working class men. I think women are 7 times more likely to go to college or finish college than men. You see all these things, and so now what you get is these men will react in a very aggressive way.
Did you ever play video games growing up at all?
I didn't.
Okay, there's a thing where like if you have an Xbox, it's not just enough to be an Xbox player. You have to fucking hate PlayStation players. You have to play, and this is
tribalism
in all aspects of life, right?
Yeah.
And there is, I would say if you ever want to have like a good view of the world, just take like a really basic psychology course, right? Because like the most important thing you need to learn is how horrible your brain is equipped to deal with the world of today. Because once you realize how ill-equipped you are, then you can kind of try to like, okay, I'm going to account for how I'm viewing things, because I see that like my brain is like is playing tricks on me, right?
Magnifying danger.
Or just it does weird things. So if you're part of one group, it's not always enough to be part of that group. You also have to attack like the opposing group. It's not enough to just say you're okay. I remember, oh my God, I remember I had an ex-girlfriend of mine started fighting with another girl. I was doing some sponsor thing, and there was a fairly large woman behind me. And at some point, they started fighting with each other because the fairly large woman said something like, "Oh, like of course I know what good food is. I'm not a skinny bitch." And it's like, okay, I understand that like you want to do your fat acceptance or you want to feel good about yourself or whatever, which is honestly fine. Not fat acceptance, but like loving yourself even if you're overweight. That's fine. That's okay. But damn, you don't have to attack skinny people. That's fucking weird as fuck. Why would you do that? But people do this with everything. It is amazing the progress that we've made in society with minorities of all types, whether we're talking trans people, whether like the fact that we're having conversations about like puberty blockers at 15, when I grew up, a trans person is a side character on a Jerry Springer show. That's the only place,
100%.
So it's awesome that we've made that progress. And then with women in school, holy shit, nobody thought women could do school for even when I was growing up, they were just kind of, math retarded, just horrible people, but now they're outperforming men. Now people are saying women might actually be more disposed towards school because they can sit still, they take directions well, they don't need to be running around, and that predisposes them to succeed there. And through all of this building, which is amazing, there's also this like undercurrent of like fuck men, fuck white people, fuck men. And it's like, okay, that's cool, and you can say that, but you can't tell me on one end that it's okay for every single black person to hate all of the fucking police because they have one bad experience with a cop, and then turn around and say, if you're a white person and you hear 50 million people say, fuck white people, here's the Mayo side, white genocide, that they're supposed to be cool with all of that, right? We're all humans at the end of the day. Yeah. And that demonization.
God, you sound so incredibly balanced.
Yeah, that demonization, like you're treating white people as gods. Like you should be able to deal with an unlimited amount of social hate, but have this like liberal know-it-all to be cognizant of your place in society and just let it roll off your shoulder. And it's like, bro, not everybody feels that way. Like you're talking about white privilege and fucking these guys are ODing on fentanyl and doing meth in the Midwest. Like they're not going to hear that statement. It's just not enough to it's just not enough to like support your side. You don't have to shit on everybody else. You know?
Sometimes I'll see something and I don't know how to articulate why it bothers me. For example, Victoria's Secret puts a Down syndrome girl on as a model, or they have Sports Illustrated has a very, very heavy woman in a bikini, and Jordan Peterson says something like, "Sorry, not beautiful." And I was trying to figure out what it was. First of all, I find it very dishonest of the companies. They're trying, Tampax is now sponsored 2 trans men. And I'm just like, go fuck yourself.
Dude, I saw a tweet. I'm glad I'm banned from Twitter. No, I'm not. I hope I get unbanned.
Are you banned? Are you banned?
I've been perma-banned for years.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
But, it's a long story.
My admiration grows.
I saw a Twitter tweet blow up where it was like, this had like 40, I want to say it was 30 or 40,000 likes. And they're like, wow, nobody ever told me about periods now that I'm like a trans woman. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, please stop. Like, please fucking stop. Because when I go to argue with conservatives about the acceptance for trans people, these are the fucking tweets that I have to have shoved in my face. Like, well, explain that. And so by the time the conversation is like 5 minutes in, I've had to disavow like 90% of what's on social media. Like, okay, now that we've ignored the crazies, who I promise those are the minority, and then they're looking at me like, these motherfuckers get like millions of likes and shit on Twitter. I see them on the news all day. How the fuck are you gonna tell me they're the minority? It's like, okay, sure. Right? I've already lost like the conversation. It's over.
100%. Why, Dan Crenshaw, who I have had long talks with. Dan is a guy who, he's a Republican, but Dan is a guy who, when you ask him a question, you better be ready for a 1-hour answer because he's so intelligent and so thoughtful. And I think if he was here, we'd probably all basically come down on the same side in general. He's just he's astonishing. I mean, honestly, I've had dinners and long talks with him, and I'm always kind of blown away with. And he was saying essentially, Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC are essentially the same person. They just believe different things, but they have the same. And I'd love your take on this. I'd love your take on this. But they have the same sort of almost. Maybe personality type, but with different filters and different experiences that have caused them to be more over here and more over here.
Maybe the same type of person, but I haven't heard AOC say any like off the wall false shit.
That's a good point.
This is kind of a problem that I have. So this is a difficulty for social media companies. We talk about like regulating certain types of behaviors like misinformation.
Yeah.
And just because of where the political parties are, if we talk about like I think the left engages in a lot of kind of like bad stats and exaggeration. So for instance, we'll get like oh my God, if you were to ask an average BLM person, for instance, how many unarmed black men are killed by the police every year? They would give you a Matt Walsh answer. They'd say millions, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, and it's like fucking
9.
15.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
it's a very, very, very small number, right?
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of things that like people on the left say, where they exaggerate and they do dumb shit. But people on the right will say shit like, if you get the vaccine, like it's gonna turn you gay or you're gonna die. And it's like,
yeah, I have a whole joke about that. It's like a bunch of women in my neighborhood got the vaccine and they all gave birth to black babies. I'm just saying that's what I heard. And it's like, dude.
yeah,
You know.
I'm gonna be honest. It's very funny how it feels bad to say, but it's very funny how like ideologically driven the virus is. There's a lot of very weak conservative bodies who for some reason can't get vaccinated. I've met so many conservatives like, oh no, my doctor recommended against the vaccine. It's like, the fuck, really? It's like the weakest shit in the world. What's wrong with you?
Right.
I've met so many and then I've met so many people on the left who are like, oh yeah, I have long COVID. And I'm like, it's like 2%. How all of you have long COVID? How the fuck was that possible?
So
and like I have a cough like every day, like I lost 80% of my muscle mass, and it's like in 2 weeks. It's like, okay, dude, yeah. But it's like the perfect ideological divide on like how the disease is like, okay.
100%.
And I really want to dig into this. Like, tell me, what is the precondition you have where you can't get a fucking shot? Do you not allowed to get flu shots? Do you get your measles, mumps, rubella? Do you get your Tdap? Like, do you get any shots at all? And then, you look healthy to me. You're walking around, you fucking breathe it. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just,
exactly.
oh God, yeah, it's frustrating.
It is frustrating. And I think you're right. So much of it is having to wade through the fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Elon Musk and Twitter? Are people really leaving in droves? Or what is going on here?
Are those two separate questions, or do you want them together?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I don't care about what people think about Elon Musk. I mean, I think he's a complicated character and just a classic American, South African, but an example of what's
That's the beauty of
possible.
America. I love you said that. Yeah, classic American guy, immigrant from South Africa. True.
Exactly. He's the American dream, whatever you want to call it. Chutzpah, a lot more sort of like. My guess is he's a great salesman, like a lot of these guys. I don't know that he's a Jeff Bezos in terms of, but he's done a lot of amazing things. What do you think, though, of this sort of backlash, this idea that now there's a lot of hate on Twitter? How do you, would you monitor, do you believe in monitoring a platform like Twitter?
My ideas are really radical in that. There's ignore functions and there's block functions. If you don't want to see certain words, you don't want to see certain types of things, just block the people or ignore them. I don't understand, like, there's like this idea where like I see people that are like looking at Twitter, and it's like so painful or whatever, and then they have to keep, oh my God, and they like do this like over and over again. It's like, bro, put your fucking phone down. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then it gets to the point, it's like, I need this to be banned. Like, I need to make sure that this is like getting reported. And it's like, just stop looking at it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So you don't believe in censorship or banning anything?
To some extent, like, like if a company was saying like we're gonna ban people that like call people the N-word or like racial slurs, like, oh fuck it, that's fair, right? And that's how like 15 years ago on the internet, if you got banned from anything, it's because you were doing some fucked up shit. Everybody knew you were fucked up, right? You're like, I got banned from this. Nobody was like, that was unfair. It's usually like, yeah, I doxed the guy. I said I was on his way to slit his parents' throat, and I called them all the N-word like 50 times. Like, yeah, okay.
I know. I always say that. It's like, you can't, I don't like, I kind of talk about this on stage. I don't like turning people into nouns, right? I don't like turning you into a one word. So you're a liberal, you're a conservative, you're gay, you're straight, you're Republican, Democrat. Human beings are so much more complicated than that. Limited, but way more complicated. Sinners, saints, everything in between, bipolar apes, right? But then I'm like, there are exceptions. Like Nazi. If you've got swastikas on your body and you're goose stepping down the street, I don't have a lot of follow-up questions, right?
Sure.
And that's fair. So I think sometimes, like you said, there are obviously extreme examples of huge assholes who are only interested in destruction and chaos. And it's like,
if somebody like blocks you and you're making multiple accounts to get around like a block to harass somebody. Like at that point, yeah, you can ban those people.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But the issue is that I don't like, and I'm so glad in America, I'm okay with hate crimes. I'm glad we don't have hate speech laws, because when you start getting into this word of hateful, you get into very ideological territory. I think 98% of Americans can come together and say that like racial slurs being banned is okay. But when you get into this area of like hate speech, well, now we are very much at the whims of whatever the ideological leanings are of the moderation team, right? Like if I say like I don't believe in trans people, that's probably hate speech. I think on most platforms might get you banned.
Yeah.
If you think they're not real, or any sort of like ideological.
That's my problem with that stuff.
Yeah, and I think that like that's not. I mean, is it kind of hateful? I guess that is a little
It's
bit,
an
but
opinion.
at that point,
It's an opinion.
It is,
Right.
yeah. And you get into an area where it's like, now you have to choose which groups of people, because to a conservative saying that like, well, trans people are real, that can be hateful depending on their particular view of the world, right? As this is like an aberration of God-given biology or whatever, right? It can be hateful depending on your perspective.
Right.
Which is scary. Like a racial slur is always a racial slur. Nobody reasonable is going to defend you calling somebody a racial slur.
Right.
But there's different perspectives on political issues that become hateful depending on who's moderating, which I don't think is good. I think it's bad.
You're so fucking. You're so. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, so I guess I'm agreeing with a social democrat or whatever the fuck that means at this point. Because
for a social democrat, most of my stuff is going to be social democrat is going to talk a lot about like economic policies and stuff. The social side of things.
So give me your economic policies.
Well, like I'm a big believer in like government intervention when it would boost like outcomes, like big investments into schools. Certain types of welfare I think are good, child tax credits, stuff like that. Probably higher taxes on wealthy people. Like I think I'm generally in favor of like these types of redistributive programs.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have why do you feel that way? Is it because you grew up in poverty, or there's a large part of your life was sort of?
I grew up solidly middle class.
Yeah.
Then I dipped to shit fuck class, and now I'm upper class.
Shit fuck class.
Yeah. And seeing the difference in my life between the poorest point of my life and the highest point of my life, especially, I think the biggest thing that pushed me to the left was the perspective of having a child. Because my kid has so many advantages that he didn't do anything for. That when schools are closing, these motherfuckers all get their own iPads assigned to them and laptops that they can take home. He had iPads assigned to him in kindergarten.
Right.
Fuck, that's wild. And I know there are kids that like are so poor that like when some of these schools were closing, they didn't even have fucking internet in their house.
The question becomes, would your redistribution program at the central level actually change those outcomes? That's
always the question, right?
Yeah.
That's why like I'm gonna be honest, I moved from California to Florida, and one of the big drivers in that was the fucking income tax in California. But my issue is that when I okay, first of all, let me give this qualification. Okay. Fuck Europe. Fuck Europeans, okay? Fuck them all. I love America.
I fucking love Steve.
Okay? But Europe is so much better in a lot of ways that they have their cities set up. Holy shit. If I lived in a city, if I lived in LA and I had like a functioning public transit, if the streets were clean, if I felt like all of my shit was handled, then fucking tax me. I don't give a fuck. That's okay. But damn, dude, I'm paying out the ass. I'm paying some fucking Swedish tax rates, higher than my wife effectively at some points.
Yeah.
And I've got homeless cities, encampments under every single fucking underpass.
Yeah.
That shit is fucking crazy.
It is.
And the streets are all fucked up. Yeah. I can't even buy a nicer car because I know I'm gonna fucking destroy the bumper coming into every fucking gas station. Like everything is crowded. The rent is.
You're talking about
crazy.
California.
I'm talking about LA.
Yeah,
I lived in because I lived. We're in Culver City now. Oh, I actually lived close to here a while ago. I lived in Culver City. I lived up in Glendale. Spent a lot of time in LA, Santa Monica. I lived down in Huntington Beach. Yeah, it's so fucked up. And it's where the fuck does all my money go to?
Right.
If I feel like I'm being taxed, I'm not getting anything for it. Then fuck it. I want to leave. Okay.
That's right. And Gavin Newsom was talking about. I think he was having an argument with Karen Bass, the LA City Council. He said, "You guys want $3 billion, and you're projected to 2024." The projected impact on homelessness would be to reduce it by 2%. Yeah. Not acceptable. I need more. I'd be the same way. I'd go, get the fuck. Who the fuck? Are you out of your fucking mind? Figure it out. You know, for me, I don't even know what I would do. I think that when here's my issue with homelessness. And I think this is another right-left divide. You know, when you start blaming homelessness on inequality and housing shortages, instead of looking at it as a mental health drug addiction issue, you're not going to make the problem better. I don't think it's a question of more beds. I think we have to address the fact, and they never talk about it. It's fucking mental health
and
addiction.
Because the problem is you're pouring a lot of money into people that are probably never going to be net positive, tax people to society. So there has to be a lot of political will. The conversations are very tough. And it's another issue where both sides get like really dumb on it sometimes.
Dumb on it,
yeah. Where conservatives are like very fucking heartless, or there's this conservative mindset. It's kind of like when people talk about abortion, and people are like, oh, are you in favor of? You want to do third trimester abortion? Like, bro, that's a crazy position. Okay, almost nobody's in favor of third trimester abortion.
When the baby's breaching, you want to kill it.
You have like the fucking 9mm right there, ready to pop him as soon as it comes out. It's like the foot was still in the fucking pussy. We're good. We got him.
The minute I see that, I just turn it off. The minute I'm like, you're for gun control. You're a pussy. You're a gun nut. And I'm like, there's no conversation here. We're
exactly.
fucked.
Yeah. But the conservative idea, like, oh, well, they just choose to be homeless. Like, they want to go out and they just enjoy that lifestyle. It's like, bro, have you ever fucking seen a homeless person in your fucking life? This is another thing that happens, too. A lot of the conversation about homeless people are dominated by these motherfuckers that live in the suburbs.
100%.
Okay? You need to go walk around downtown LA. You don't have to go to fucking Skid Row. You can go to any major city in LA and just walk around at night. Go to West Hollywood. Go check out some spots at night. Okay? These people are fucking insane.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, you are... Like
it's a little
people walk around and screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" And you're like, does he have iPhones in, or is he fucking like Is he just screaming at me? And he just like walks by. It's like you're in The Walking Dead or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to look at people like this, like, oh yeah, he definitely enjoys being out here. I'm sure he's like having the time of his fucking life. But then you also have these people on the left that are like, we need to humanize homeless people, and like
they're your unhoused neighbor.
Yeah, don't be mean to him. And Anna Kasparian has been catching a lot of heat for this because I don't know if she had some experience with awesome shit on TV, but you hear a lot of people being like, there's no reason to be scared of homeless people. They're just like normal human beings. And it's like, tell me you live in a gated community without saying it. Like, Jesus fuck, like go walk downtown sometime with these people fucking screaming at you. Tell me you don't cross the fucking street.
Who is Anna Kasparian?
She was part of, I think she still is part of the Young Turks.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's very easy, and I think you're so right. And you just said dumb positions. You can dumb down the position right away.
They just said dumb. They get and then it's another example, and every example is like this, where there could be a really cool, interesting conversation on what do we do with homeless people. It has to be housing first. They need homes. Nothing starts. There's no way to help homeless people without first getting them in a house. You can't do anything. You fucking live somewhere. So that's number one. But number two is you can't just throw a dude that's been living on the streets, fucking shooting up whatever fucking drugs for X number of years, who's whacked out of his fucking mind, even sober, he's whacked out of his mind, and then put him in a house and expect that dude's gonna fucking be working at Burger King
Michael
tomorrow.
Schellenberger had a good thing about this, where he was looking at other countries. There's got to be a carrot and stick thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But we don't have those conversations. Instead, it's just like there are unhoused neighbors that are compassionate and lovely, and then there's on the right, there's like, oh, they're just people that choose to be homeless, that lazy fucks,
Right.
Like,
Meanwhile, there are government bureaucrats that are like It's like they're doing the best they can to kind of figure it out. It's like there are a lot of scientists in the Department of Energy, and they're like, look, whether global warming is happening or not, whether you believe in it, whether it's man-made, whether it's solar flares, whatever you want to say, we just know that sheep are not able to graze at this elevation anymore. And if you like mutton and you like wool or whatever it might be, we got to get them to graze at higher elevations because that's where the grass grows and it's cooler. Yeah. That's what we know. There are just certain things that I remember I had a professor who was saying that if you read The Merchant of Venice, Shylock, is he's a Jew. He's a Jewish, merchant, and he needs his pound of flesh because what's his name? What the fuck is his name? Antonio, whatever is it with Portia. He loses the bet, and he's got to get a pound of flesh. It's a horrifying thing, and he was a Jew who needed his pound of flesh from this young, beautiful man. It's a very anti-Semitic play.
They convert him in the end.
Yeah. But the professor said it's a very, very likely that, in fact, nobody in England who listened or read this play, and Shakespeare himself, had ever met a Jew. They had been expelled from England way before that. It's a really interesting kind of topic. So he was this mythologized sort of like, a guy, I need my pound. It was a very sort of like that, and that's what you get a lot with homeless, with drug dealers, with all these things, with liberals, with conservatives. And somebody called my buddy's wife said, is Brian a right-wing guy? And Mark goes, what? What do you mean? He goes, is he a racist? She's not from this country. She's from Germany. Sure. She goes, is he a racist? My buddy was like, no, he's definitely not a racist. That is one thing he's for sure not. But we tend to kind of go, you're in the global. My father will be like, "Oh, you a warmist? You're a warmist? Can you not? What does that mean? Just because I believe that maybe there's a problem with global warming doesn't mean you have to attribute all these labels to me. Sure. That's what we all do.
Yeah.
But you don't seem to be doing that.
I try not to. I try to meet people where they are. But
But are you active on Twitter? Do you have a lot of arguments?
I used to have. My last Twitter account got nuked, I think like a month ago, and I haven't made a new one yet. So I'm waiting to see if that Elon mass unban starts happening today and tomorrow. Yeah. So.
And how long have you been banned from Twitter?
Well, officially for, I think like 4 years, but I'll always make another account, and then eventually I'll fight with somebody big enough where they'll spam report me, and then my shit gets nuked again for ban evasion. So.
Do you need it? Do you need Twitter?
It's hard not to have it because when you're doing politics, it's like the place. It's where everybody kind of goes to hang out. I'm like the Squidward in the thing watching everybody play outside, and I'm like in the room just watching them, kind of can't do anything. Yeah, because it's where all the conversations are happening. So yeah.
Who drives you nuts, and who do you love on Twitter?
Everybody drives everybody nuts on Twitter. I don't know if I like anybody on Twitter.
Yeah.
There are a couple guys that I like. Do you know who Sean Carroll is?
I do.
I love that guy.
Sean Carroll is a physicist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to read his books.
He's a really cool guy. He's got a cool show and everything. And
yeah.
But generally, Twitter is
You're the second person that's told me that. I was supposed to have him on my podcast a long time ago.
Oh.
and I can't remember.
He might be promoting a book now, so maybe.
Yeah, I'd like to. I hear really amazing things about him. Yeah, he's great. And who drives you nuts? Pretty much everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
If my question to you then is, if I make you emperor, and you're emperor of the United States, I give you total power. What are the first three things you do?
First three things I do.
Not a very fair question, but fuck.
Sure. The number one is we're fucking going full totalitarian on all the zoning in the United States. Way more apartments, way more public transport, because holy fuck, the layout of the U.S. drives me fucking insane.
Okay.
I've been to so many European countries where I don't need a car ever. And it feels so good to be able to hop on a transit anywhere I want to go, any point in time. And from housing, there's like 50 other problems that are not 100% alleviated, but there's a lot of good like downward pressure on them, right? Like expensive a car goes away, and if you're poor, rent and car are always your two biggest things, right? Your ability to travel around a city, so you've got more options for work, safety of your kids, getting to and from school. You don't have to drive your fucking kid to school all the time. People getting married and having children. I know conservatives like that, but oftentimes it's economic pressure that prevents people from getting married and having kids. Cheapness in rent, because you build more fucking apartments. You don't have like here in California, I don't know if it's a rule or what. It can't be. I don't know why, but every fucking apartment building here is 5 stories tall. Why?
Oh, dude,
they're all 5 stories.
Well, some of it might be earthquake stuff, but
I don't believe
for the most part,
because downtown there's like some high rises, right?
Yeah.
And I here's what I don't like. Yeah. This is only in the United States. Okay, I live in this 5-story fucking apartment building. Okay, my rent is $3,600 a month for a studio fucking apartment, and across the street are these rows of dilapidated shit fucking houses that are selling for $750,000 each. And it's like, we just need to drop a whatever on this, get rid of all of it, and fucking build some real shit
stuff.
Here. Yeah. Also, more mixed use zoning. Okay, if you have an apartment building, at the bottom floor there should be a restaurant and a store. Every fucking apartment building, you should be able to go out of your apartment and walk and get shit instead of having to fucking drive everywhere. It's hard to express how frustrating this is until you've like been in like any of these European cities where it's like, oh, I woke up, I want to go out to eat. I walk out of my house and I find some place, or I need to go to the grocery store. I walk down, I take a train for 3 minutes, I'm at some place, get groceries, and come back. That's so nice without having a plot to fucking drive everywhere. And I hate LA traffic. Oh my fucking god, dude. Can I say the best moments of my life, but also kind of the scariest was, have you lived in LA for a long time?
Yeah.
Dude, going up and down the 405 in the beginning of the COVID shit, that was some spooky shit. There was nobody there. But also, it was nice.
It was nice.
10 miles distance,
yes.
10-minute drive.
Fuck.
Holy shit.
It was incredible.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're like, something is fucking wrong with the way this city was laid out. Yeah. And so I couldn't agree more. And people will use earthquakes as an excuse, but there's so much red tape in San Francisco and in LA to building. Good luck. There's so many different competing interests, and I think you're right. I mean, I was thinking about Robert Moses and this guy. They kind of, in many ways, ruined New York, but they also created a flow to New York that allowed you to kind of get around way easier.
Yeah, New York was surprising to me because you can hop in a cab anywhere, get anywhere pretty quickly, and they've got a functional subway.
Great subway.
Jesus, it's so nice.
It's so nice. No, I agree. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get there. I just
problem is that the voting is kind of fucked because your strongest voter base are your homeowners, and they're not going to vote to fuck themselves, which is essentially what they'd be doing. So you've got, because all of the people that are best impacted by changing the zoning laws are people that aren't living there yet.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Well, you have very liberal people in Los Angeles. They're all about equal rights until it comes time to build housing for the elderly. Or
any housing at all.
Any housing at all in their neighborhood. No.
Yeah, because you don't want to affect your housing price. You don't affect the character of the neighborhood. You don't want to say, okay, well.
Yeah, no, I'm going to build a giant house for $9 million that 2 people will live in. That's what it is. So I agree 100%. People are just, when it push comes to shove and nobody's watching, we're selfish creatures.
Yeah.
Concerned with our own. So what else? So
housing is the big one.
Okay,
that's number
great.
1. Number 2 is something with our healthcare has to change. We spend more than, I think we spend 2 times as much as like the next country.
Is that because of the way we eat?
Maybe, but here, okay, this is a myth. People say that overweight and obesity is an American problem. That is not true. It is a whole Western world problem. America is not even in the top 10.
Is that true?
Of obese people anymore. We're not even in the top 10. No.
Wow.
Other countries are massively exploding in their overweight and obese populations. The problem is we have a lot of overprocessed food and we don't move around very much. Like those 2 things are like, put those together and you're fucked, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But but I mean, even compared to other like really obese countries like Germany, France, these have a lot of fat fucking people there.
Yeah.
No offense. But like our our healthcare outcomes are, I think, like roughly the same as most OECD countries.
Right.
But we pay so much more. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't know if I say socialist, but at the very least, like make a public option. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Like every other country in the world.
I think you want to preserve innovation. You want to have a system where you can make a lot of money if you come up with a cure, and sell it to. But I do think that for sure pharmaceutical companies need more competition. Trying to break into the pharmaceutical industry as a startup, good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
They have so much power, and they have scientists on those panels that will be like, well, I don't know, it's going to cost you $120 million to get this thing approved, and nobody.
Not even. It's 500 million to $1 billion is the average cost to get a drug approved by the FDA. It's
Think about
insane.
that shit.
Yeah.
Think about that. It should not be that expensive.
Maybe. I mean, I don't even care about the pharmaceuticals. I'm just saying that there needs to be some public subsidized stuff, or at the very least stuff like preventative care, because that pays in dividends, right? Like if you
so much of this is a fucking change in hearts and minds of the population.
A lot of it is, yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of realizing you're responsible for the condition you're in. We need better access to better food and moving around, and maybe that's to your point. Building cities that are scaled to sort of human beings and how they walk and how they move. That might be nice.
Yeah, that's a nice thing too. Is that like in a lot of these countries, I spent a decent amount of time like in Amsterdam. You see that like when you go to these places, or in Denmark and Copenhagen, like there are huge lanes where you see thousands of people biking, and it's like just like imagine every day if you're like biking once a day, like how much better that is for your body and everything. Like just like once a day, like compared to no movement. If you go, because like that everything in life is going to work like asymptotically, right? Where like if you go from walking 9 miles a day to 10 miles a day, it's not going to help much.
Right.
But 0 to 1 mile a day, holy shit,
Huge.
that's like 80% of like the fucking gain is right there.
Huge. There's a documentary called Stutz that Jonah Hill does. I loved it. Did you see this on Netflix?
No, I've seen
fucking guy. His therapist is a genius. I'm not a therapy guy, but I got to tell you, man, he gives you these. He's just amazing, and you can see why Jonah Hill wanted to do it. He wanted to capture this guy's brain and the tools used for any kind of mental anxiety or whatever it is. And he talks about life force, and he goes, the first thing you want to do is make sure you're sleeping and eating well, and exercising. God damn.
Oh shit, yeah. Anytime people ask me about mental health, there's four pillars that I say everything is built on. It's sleeping. You have to be sleeping like 7.5 hours a night. You have to. There's like 2% of people I think can do 6, but if you're sleeping for like 4 or 5 hours a night, there's this cascading effect of negativity. Your hormones, your everything, your brain is just, everything is fucked. And now there is at least one big study that's linking lack of sleep to higher probability of like dementia and shit later in life.
100%.
Sleep is huge. Diet is a second thing. It's literally the shit that you're putting in your body is a big thing. Sleep, diet, exercise. You don't have to be a fucking power lifter or a bodybuilder. Just walking like 1 or 2 miles a day, right, is nice, which is like 10 or 15 minutes on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 4 is social circles. You need friends. You have to have like other human beings that you're talking to. It's not enough to fucking type on a computer all day. You have to see people.
It sounds like you're talking to yourself.
It does. People get that impression, but I love socializing.
No, I
It's
believe
super
you.
fun.
I can tell.
I'm lucky because I grew up. I spent all my life on the computer, but when I grew up, that shit didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Right. Really.
Yeah.
Right. Like phones became a thing when I was like in high school. I think when did the iPhone come out? Was it
2007? I think.
7. That's when I graduated high school. Right.
Wow.
So even though I'm like big on like the shit, like there's no substitute for real life interactions. It's not even close.
How old are you now?
33.
Yeah. So you grew up in the heart of it all.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Are you optimistic about the future? Does it scare you? I mean, I'm talking about technologically and.
Not yet, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the problems that we have when it comes to technology is we have fundamental misunderstandings of how human brains work. So like here's one. People think that humans are naturally like truth seeking. That's not true. But like the understanding that we are truth seeking is why people say like, oh, well, we have the internet and a ton of information. That's so much better for us. It's so good that there's so much information out there. It would be good if we were fundamentally wired to seek things that were true, but we're not. We're fundamentally wired to seek things that like make us feel safe and are, make us feel good about ourselves, right? But I mean, if you think about it, right? If you're in a fucking forest with 2 of your friends and like a fucking bush shakes and 2 people run and you go and investigate the bush and you get eaten by a fucking tiger, right? You're not getting rewarded very much for your curiosity, So fundamentally, our brains just aren't wired to sift through a ton of information and find the stuff that is like true. And I mean, that's even true when you look at like the types of news stories that propagate and
if it bleeds, it leads, man. That's the old saying.
And the selective, dude. I'll say like, man, I'll give conservatives probably something. If you want to see a conservative put on their thinking cap, okay, show them any medical thing from the left. and all of a sudden they're the most hypercritical, like medically informed people. Like when I'm arguing with conservatives about about COVID, right? And I'm like, why the fuck do you like ivermectin? Why the fuck do you like hydroxychloroquine? Well, there was this one study with 12 people and it's got promise, and and it's like, these studies are garbage. Why do you like this shit? But then when DeSantis goes to draft up legislation for whether or not minors should be given puberty blockers, now all of a sudden I see there are no good prospective randomized controlled trials for any of the drugs. Like, oh, so you do know what good medical research looks like, but it's only when it's about the shit that you fucking hate.
That's so
then now all of a sudden you're like super bright.
I don't know what you would agree. Yeah, I
drives me crazy.
Yeah, I find everything you've said that I just couldn't agree more with. And I don't even know what you would argue with. You feel like an old school conservative, or certainly an old school liberal.
I think I'm like a younger version of, do you know who Bill Maher is?
Yeah, I love Bill Maher. Yeah, yeah, you might be.
I think he's probably a little bit more to the right of me, or I don't even know.
I don't know about that, dude.
The problem is progressives have so many good ideas, but then they just go fucking too far with them, and all of a sudden you're like, dude, what the fuck? Because like 5 years ago, everybody online called me a cuck, the F slur, everything. Like this is what I was called.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like the left-leaning like SJW. That's what I was known as like 6 years ago. Everybody fucking hated me because I was the SJW guy.
I just don't think that's true.
Yeah, well nowadays I'm like to the right of all of those progressives that blow me away. Like I'm transphobic. I hate black people. I'm racist. I'm a Nazi. I'm like, bro, I don't even think I've changed that much on any of my shit. But like you guys are fucking wild. Like we've got like
you can't win. You can't fucking win.
Yeah, it's just
especially on Twitter or any of those places. You can't.
Yeah.
You're online, you know, and you're you're a very reasonable, thoughtful guy who's, you know what you do? You probably change your mind, or you probably go, this is what I always say, I'd be a terrible president because I'd be like, I don't know, sometimes, maybe, it depends.
Sure.
That's how I feel about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll
I
get
agree
people
on that
come
side.
at me for like, you said this 3 years ago. How do you explain it? It's like, oh, well, I was a fucking moron then. I don't agree with that anymore. Like, like my ideas on deplatforming have changed a lot over the past like 4 or 5 years.
Right.
And people sometimes will hit me with a clip. It's like, go look at this clip. I'm like, bro, I lived in a fucking, that was like 3 houses ago. Like, yeah, I probably said a whole bunch of dumb shit. I hope you don't agree with everything you thought 5 years ago, right?
100%.
My ideas change over time, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Well, that's
disavow it? Like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, I don't.
That's why I
Yeah.
wanted to have this conversation with you, because I think you're an important voice, and I think you should keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate you coming on, man, because I just think people like you are very important, because I don't know. Like Dylan was like, I don't know. He's like, I was trying to find things for you guys to disagree with because it makes it dynamic, but I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know how much I'm going to disagree with this guy, because it just sounds like he's eminently reasonable and responsive to fucking, evidence. So, and I think you are. I mean, I appreciate it, man.
Brian Callen, this is his intro song. Brian Callen, it's one hell of an intro.
I have.
Mr. Murdoch, whose family controls the Fox Media empire, was slated to be one of Dominion's first witnesses this week. Star anchors included Sean Hannity, Mr. Carlson, and Miss Bartiromo were likely to be called at other points, and that would have been insane. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity on the stand?
Interviewed Attorney Powell, who falsely claimed she had proof that Dominion had rigged the election.
They also used an algorithm to calculate the votes they would need to flip.
Part of the proof.
I'm gonna start saying this. I said this when I was on the stage, but this is just basically outright lying. This is not like
Now that these documents are public, the lives of those spies are now at risk.
Let me read this. Fox News abruptly agreed on Tuesday to pay $787.5 million to resolve a defamation suit filed by Dominion Voting Systems over the network's promotion of misinformation about the 2020 election. Averting a lengthy and embarrassing trial, just as a packed courtroom was seated in anticipation of hearing opening statements. This is really loaded. Like, there's a lot of... This reads like a tweet. Jeez. The settlement, one of the largest ever in a defamation case, was the latest extraordinary twist in a case that has been full of remarkable disclosures that expose the inner workings of the most powerful voice in conservative news. In addition to the huge financial price, Dominion exacted a difficult admission from Fox News, which acknowledged in a statement that certain claims it made about Dominion were false. Probably even knowingly false, huh? Jeez. The truth matters. Lies have consequences. Justin Nelson, a lawyer for Dominion, said outside Delaware Superior Court on Tuesday. News of the 11th hour agreement stunned the full courtroom in Wilmington, where the case was being heard. Gasps filled the air when Judge Eric M. Davis told the jury shortly before 4 p.m. that the two parties had resolved the matter. Imagine you show up and like, listen, we figured it out, okay? We're just going to leave. We got it. We're good, Judge. Thank you. Sorry for wasting your guys' time. Lawyers for both sides have been preparing to speak to the jury for the first time, microphones clipped to their jacket lapels. The settlement spares Fox a trial that would have gone on for weeks and put many of the company's most prominent figures, from the media mogul Rupert Murdoch to hosts like Tucker Carlson and Maria Bartiromo, on the stand. I can understand this would, especially if they lose, having these statements in court would be really, really, really sweaty. Not good. Oof. The case held the potential to make public a stream of damaging information about how the network told its audience a story of fraud and interference in the 2020 presidential election that many of its own executives and on-screen personalities did not believe. And the network was not forced to apologize, a concession that Dominion lawyers had sought, lawyers involved in the case said. Dominion sued 2 years ago after Fox aired false stories claiming that Dominion's voting machines were susceptible to hacking and had flipped votes from President Donald J. Trump to Joseph R. Biden. These are the machines that Hugo Chavez himself came back from the grave to haunt, by the way. On Tuesday, the company expressed a sense of exoneration about the large financial cost that Fox will have to pay. While Dominion's suit was asking for damages of $1.6 billion, almost double the settlement figure, the company will avoid many years of appeals that could have trimmed or eliminated any payout from a trial. Over 2 years ago, a torrent of lies swept Dominion and election officials across America into an alternative universe of conspiracy theories causing grievous harm to Dominion and the country, Mr. Nelson said. Today's settlement of $800 million represents vindication and accountability. The case and the expected trial were significant because they raised the prospect for an elusive judgment in the post-Trump era. Very few allies of the former presidents have been held legally accountable for their roles in spreading the falsehoods and undermining confidence in the country's democratic process, and cast Mr. Biden's victory is illegitimate. Polls show that large numbers of Republicans still believe the 2020 election was tainted. Jeez. This was unquestionably the strongest defamation case we've ever seen against a major media company, Ms. Anderson-Jones said. The case was even more unusual, she added, because media companies typically seek to settle well before so much damaging information about their internal workings is released. A deal came together at the last possible minute, after months of almost no serious discussion between the two sides. As the case proceeded, Dominion divulged extraordinary details about the doubts that Fox employees expressed privately about voter fraud claims, even as they struck a different tone on air. Jeez. Those communications have shown how employees at Fox expressed serious doubts about and at times were scornful of Mr. Trump and his allies as they spread lies about voter fraud, questioning the legitimacy of Mr. Biden's election. Some at Fox mocked Mr. Trump and his lawyers as crazy and under the influence of drugs like LSD and magic mushrooms. Mr. Murdoch, whose family controls the Fox media empire, was slated to be one of Dominion's first witnesses this week. Star anchors included Sean Hannity, Mr. Carlson, and Miss Bartiromo were likely to be called at other points. God, that would have been insane. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity on the stand. My God. Isn't there another big lawsuit still ongoing for defamation against Fox News? Is there?
It's a lawsuit seeking damages of $1.6 billion. A lot of money.
3 days ago.
But you could argue the cost pales in comparison to the real issues at hand in the case of Dominion voting versus Fox News. Aaron Moriarty outlines how we got here and what's at stake.
We're grateful that you trust us, and we will try to be worthy of your trust.
Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Lou Dobbs.
Details of the election rigging are beginning to emerge from all around the country.
Some of the best-known current and former faces of Fox News may soon trade their anchor chairs for the witness stand in a Delaware courtroom. They appear on the witness list along with top Fox executives, including Chairman and CEO Rupert Murdoch, in a defamation lawsuit that could have a devastating impact on the company. This is the strongest case you've ever seen?
Strongest case in terms of the evidence.
Lee Levine is a retired First Amendment lawyer who has litigated on behalf of major media companies, including CBS and Fox.
I have never seen a case involving a public figure where the evidence of actual malice that they will have to put before a jury is stronger.
Until it filed this lawsuit, few Americans knew much about the plaintiff, Dominion Voting Systems. During the 2020 election, Dominion provided machines and ballot scanners to 28 states. On election night, Fox News took many of its viewers by surprise with this.
Microsoft drops Twitter from its advertising platform as they refuse to pay Twitter's API fees. They trained illegally using Twitter data. Lawsuit time. What is this subscriber thing? Is that the new, like, Twitter Blue? Or does it say subscriber? Why don't I have a mark or anything? I bought that shit.
Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get.
Chris Steyerwalt, Fox News political editor at the time, helped make that call.
I was surprised at how damn scared everybody was and how much just this intense fear. I knew that we were...
Fear of viewers?
Fear of viewers, fear about ratings, fear about Trump.
What happened after that call was an exodus of angry Fox viewers, including President Donald Trump himself.
It's so weird that they, like, the idea is that, like, them calling it, like, changed the outcome or some shit. Like it's a double slit experiment or some shit. Like, I don't understand. Or can somebody, where are my conservatards in chat? On YouTube for this. Why are people so mad about Fox calling Arizona? Like, do they think that, like, that the first major media company that calls it is the one that decides who wins the election? I don't understand.
To win them back.
President Trump won by not just hundreds of thousands of votes, but by millions of votes.
Dominion alleges Fox intentionally allowed attorney Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani,
that this was a stolen election,
and others supporting Trump to make false statements about Dominion.
The Dominion software system has been tagged as one allegedly capable of flipping votes.
The Supreme Court has said what is not protected by the First Amendment is the knowing falsehood, the calculated lie.
Dominion has already begun making its case in public, releasing texts and other communications obtained through litigation, like this one sent by Fox chief political correspondent Bret Baier on November 5th. There is no evidence of fraud, none. Yet 3 days later,
potentially a stolen election.
His colleague, Maria Bartiromo, interviewed attorney Powell, who falsely claimed she had proof that Dominion had rigged the election.
They also used an algorithm to calculate the votes they would need to flip.
Part of the proof.
I'm gonna start saying this. I said this when I was on the stage. You need to be. I think you need some tech literacy. When you say an algorithm, I want you to explain what you mean by an algorithm, okay? Because I feel like algorithm has become this catch-all for like spooky ghost machines that do things that I don't want them to do. I don't know what people think of when they say an algorithm. Like, what is an algorithm, right?
Proof provided by Powell, according to court documents.
Like, if you wanted to change, well, I guess I was gonna say, like, if you wanted to rig an election, you could theoretically just say, like, I'm flipping like 10% of the votes or something, I guess. But I guess you could argue that to flip 10% of the votes is technically a kind of algorithm, I guess. But I just noticed that, like, I feel like people say algorithm, they're trying to, like, doom and gloom you, and it's like, the algorithm. Oh, shit! It's behind me! The algorithm! Like,
an email from a woman who said she gained information from speaking to the wind. Bartiromo herself later described the email as nonsense, and still...
Wow, this is explosive, and we certainly will continue to follow it.
Over the next days and weeks, Powell and President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, continued to appear on Fox programs.
Sean, it was a national conspiracy.
Fox also received communications almost daily from...
God, fuck. Zoomers will never know. You will never know, you young guys, how much of... I don't know if anybody in my lifetime, except for maybe Jared Fogle, the Subway guy.
Hello, everyone. I want to die in real life. Thank you.
I don't know anybody that fell from grace as hard as Giuliani. Giuliani was a goddamn American. First of all, everybody in New York City loved Giuliani. Prior to 9/11.
Dude, shut up. You don't even know how files are deleted from a storage device or how muscles work.
Post 9/11, America loved Giuliani. Like, it is unbelievable how far he fell. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable.
Minion refuting the false claims.
That's not true. People hated Giuliani pre 9/11 but loved him post. Okay, maybe that is true. Every single person that I've ever heard over the age of 40, my aunt and all of her friends, her British friend and all of his friends, said that people in New York generally gave Giuliani like all the credit for like cleaning up like the crime in New York. That like New York was a fucked place in the 90s, the crime was unfucking believable, and that Giuliani cleaned up a ton of that shit. And every single New Yorker I've ever heard of had given Giuliani a fuck ton of credit for that. Maybe there are some people that didn't like him, and I haven't heard those people, but because they're conservatards, okay, maybe. But maybe my family, those people, the British dude was not conservative, but I don't know, maybe. But I don't know. I feel like everybody said they love Giuliani, but maybe not. Well, hold on. Actually, correction. Some guy said, I've heard this take about Giuliani from other people, so you are correct. Fuck you then. Boom.
But Fox never made a retraction.
One could argue that at the very beginning, when Giuliani...
Destiny unironically using the data is the plural of anecdotes. I'm not forwarding this as a fucking study. I'm just saying that from my experience, the opinion of Giuliani was really fucking high. It might actually be the case that my family has a lot of conservatives. They do. And maybe it was just conservatives that. Maybe it wasn't that high. If you wanted to challenge me on betting money on that, or if I'm putting forth this as a scientific study, I'd probably say, well, no, in that case, we should probably go and look at actual polling data. Maybe I could be wrong on that. Fucking retard. I'm not presenting this as a scientific fucking study. Like, imagine going to, like, finger fuck a girl, and she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, well, the last 3 girls I was with like this. And you're like, huh, you're literally doing the plural. Data is the anecdote of, or plural, anecdote is the plural of data? Data is the plural of anecdote. Fuck, you fucked my mind up. Fuck you, get banned. I'm glad you're banned. I need more Red Bull.
And Powell were first saying these things. They had no reason to believe they were false. But then, once Dominion started sending information to Fox, saying, no, what they're saying is false, here's why. Then a reasonable jury could find that Fox knew it was false or probably false and let them come on and say it again.
In fact, court documents show that Fox's own fact-checking unit, known as the Brain Room, found claims about Dominion switching or deleting votes are 100% false.
Damn.
On the surface, this looks terrible for Fox, but isn't there some truth to the Fox response that the plaintiff is just cherry picking?
Sure, and yeah, I mean, they may be cherry picking, but they're extraordinary cherries. It's just genuinely pretty shocking.
Ben Smith has written extensively on media issues for the New York Times and now Semaphore, an online news site he co-founded.
A big part of the case is the question of whether someone comes on your air and says something crazy. How responsible for that are you?
And
it's
come
tricky
on
with
your
live
air.
television. Somebody just suddenly opens their mouth and says something, and a court isn't necessarily going to blame the broadcaster.
So let me start by just saying, this time is yours.
But if you invite them back again and again and again, even as your senior executives are saying this person is crazy, don't put them on the air.
And Fox show producers, according to court documents, continued to put Powell and Giuliani on air because it was good for business. Any day with Rudy and Sydney is guaranteed gold, wrote one producer for Lou Dobbs' show.
What about Fox's?
Okay, I tried to do this because I like to have an air of neutrality, or I don't want to seem like too politically partisan. One thing I would generally say is that I've said this a lot. For mainstream media, even Fox News, they're not generally going to outright lie to you. Usually they're just going to like twist or bend kind of like a narrative, or they might selectively tell facts. But this is just basically outright lying. This is not like, well, you know, they did a little kind of, you know. This is basically just outright lies. That's a little bit fucked up, I would say. A little bit fucking insane, I would say.
His argument, which is you've got a sitting U.S. president and his attorneys making allegations. That's newsworthy. And Fox argues that it had to cover it.
I mean, I think that's a pretty strong argument. Fox didn't invent Donald Trump. Fox didn't invent Sidney Powell. And even if they hadn't gone on Fox, they would have been out there defaming Dominion anyway. So I think Fox will say, this isn't really our fault. We're just reporting on it.
The judge has already ruled that statements broadcast by Fox were false and defamatory, and just this past week said Fox cannot argue those false statements were newsworthy. Still, Dominion faces the biggest hurdle of all, to convince a jury that Fox and its famous faces acted with actual malice, that they knew the claims were false or had serious doubts about them. And
the actual malice standard is the one that usually keeps streamers from suing each other.
Aired them anyway. Former Fox News political editor Chris Steyerwalt.
Didn't you in your deposition say by November 7th, when the election was called, nobody believed that Donald Trump had won, right?
I said no reasonable person. That doesn't include all TV anchors in the category of reasonable persons. I don't know what anybody believed in their heart of hearts.
Fox News denies actual malice, asserting in court documents that it reported Dominion's denials and pushed back on Sidney Powell's allegations.
She never demonstrated that a single actual vote was moved illegitimately by software from one candidate to another. Not one.
I don't really think that's how defamation works. I don't think that if I defame someone and then you don't defame them, that I get credit for the fact that you didn't.
And Fox also asserts that some hosts believed the allegations.
In Maria Bartiromo's deposition, she says she still doesn't know what happened in the election. Does that get her off the hook for actual malice if she says, still don't know, I didn't know then and I don't know now?
The very likely answer to that is no, that does not get her off the hook. As one of my former partners has been quoted as saying, there's no insanity defense in defamation law.
In a statement responding to this report, Fox said Dominion's lawsuit is a political crusade in search of a financial windfall. But what...
Wait, who linked this? Find who linked this. You're getting a big ban. Wait, what did this person say? Hold on.
Election. Does that get her off the hook for actual malice if she's...
And Fox also asserts that some hosts believed the allegations.
In Maria Bartiromo's deposition, she says she still doesn't know what happened in the election. Does that get her off the hook for actual malice if she says, still don't know, I didn't know then and I don't know now?
The very likely answer to that is no, that does not get her off the hook. As one of my former partners has been quoted as saying, there's no insanity defense in defamation law.
My understanding is there is, though. But I mean, I don't know if that guy's a legal expert. He knows better than me. But the whole point of actual malice is it's not just enough to be wrong. You have to be wrong. You have to. It's either like insanely grossly negligent or you're knowingly lying. so you know you're wrong. Like, if you report on something you're genuinely incorrect, like if you really do think the election was stolen, and I guess you've tried to do your homework, now that's going to come down, I guess, to a jury figuring out if you have or haven't, that would actually be a defense. Defamation against a public figure is not just being wrong. It's like being wrong with malice, with flagrant disregard, or with or knowingly lying about somebody and being able to prove that.
In a statement responding to this report, Fox said Dominion's lawsuit is a political crusade in search of a financial windfall. But whatever happens in court, Dominion may already have won a victory by embarrassing Fox, releasing texts and emails that, among other things, appear to show Tucker Carlson supportive of Mr. Trump on air.
Really an amazing conversation.
Expressing something else privately. I hate him passionately.
Dominion has already won.
Poor Trump.
2 months after the 2020 election, Chris Steyerwalt lost his job at Fox. It was officially part of a restructuring. He says he was fired for doing his job too well. He has written a book pushing for change at Fox and all television news networks.
I think what they've already won is getting this basic admission that the news has to be the news.
When I say poor Trump, I just mean like everybody around this guy hates him, but he probably hates everybody else too. Like, these guys just live sad lives.
One of the biggest intelligence breaches by releasing several documents a week, totaling up to over 300 pieces of classified information. And what was the reasoning behind this? To be cool. Started off with the Biden administration noting that Twitter had a little bit of confidential documents on it. And of course, to figure out where this information leak came from, they decided to track down the source. They originated from the one and true of the holiest places on Discord, the Thug Shaker Central server, which is painted by the news as a Discord group with a focus on guns, racist memes, and of course, gaming. And as early as January 2023, 300 plus documents were posted on this Discord server.
Did you see the news that the same Donbass girl account was exposed as fake? She said she's a pro-Russian Ukrainian, but was actually a fish shop owner in the US. Is that true?
The leaks that I was aware of were just the basic 4chan maps. It was locations of troops and the number of casualties, but these leaks expand even further. It turns out that these leaks revealed that the US has been spying on basically everyone at this point. Classified intelligence on Ukraine shows that the US has been monitoring the Ukrainian president's calls, and they also had a document showing where Ukraine's air defense is weak and the size of their military battalions, which is, of course, not a good document to share all around the world, especially to your opposition. These documents also showed that the United States did a pretty bang-up job at spying on Russia and getting into their intelligence. But of course, now that these documents are public, the lives of those spies are now at risk. And just other places that the US was spying on was United Arab Emirates, Egypt, South Korea, Israel, and they apparently had some information about Canada on how pro-Russian hackers have accessed Canada's gas network.
Good, fuck Canada.
Fellas, please, the gas prices here are already awful. How did the leak happen? Our little Jack boy here was part of the intelligence wing, and they had access to SCIFs, which is sensitive compartmented information facilities, and basically no one is allowed to bring in any electronic devices that could be used to take photographs or make video or audio recordings. Now Jack here, our idiot savant, maybe just out of pure dumb luck, made the fantastic idea of printing out these classified documents and removing them from the classified facilities, going home and just uploading them to Discord by taking a photo of them. He was too stupid to use a photocopier, so he just took a photo of them with his phone. Not even with the PDF scanning app, just raw dog camera photos. And of course, he posted it on the Thug Shaker Central Discord server. And we already know what a Discord server is.
I'm kind of surprised. Here's a question. So I'm familiar that there are rooms, I don't know if the industry lingo is air-gapped, but it'll be like, sometimes it'll be rooms that literally have no external internet connection whatsoever. You're not allowed to bring in like any sort of device. Like, they'll make you drop cell phones and shut off. Why would a room have, why would a room like that have a printer in it? Doesn't that just seem like you're begging for trouble? Like, do they really need to print documents off of that room? They can't just use, like an intra network? I don't know, it just seems... Yes, it's super useful. Oh, okay. He was a trusted intern. You can print classified stuff, it's just controlled. We print rarely, but we're supposed to destroy it afterwards. Huh. Intra-network. Destiny, quit making up words. Well, internet refers to computers that are connected externally from an area. I'm pretty sure intranet, wasn't that a word that we used to use a long time ago for networks? You're connected to the intranet? Isn't that the internal network for, am I making that word up? I thought that was a word that we use sometimes to connect internally to your, yeah, local network. Why do you let these retards stun like you so easily? So that I can milk you for content. Train is paying me 10 cents for every single time a one guy emote is posted in chat. I've already made $27 million.
In this DMCA case, Discord is commanded to produce the following information: names, addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses, and IP addresses or other information within your possession to identify the Discord user. And this is where they'd put in Jack's Discord user, Jack the Dripper, managing the Discord channel, Thug Shaker Central. Now, they probably wouldn't use this exact piece of documentation, but Discord will willingly hand over your information associated with your Discord account. But Jack made it extremely easy, because what he did is he subscribed to Discord's premium tier, Nitro.
We got him.
It turns out that after these classified...
It's so weird because, like, if I go to post on some shit, I'm always, like, ultra paranoid. I've done secret posting before for my... let me just say, me and Fogel. No. Like, there have been times where, like, I feel like I need to hide my shit. And I'm thinking, like, in my head, like, okay, well, I'm getting a laptop, VPN, we're driving to McDonald's Wi-Fi, we're doing it in the parking lot. Like, all cookies wiped, maybe a new install of Windows. Like, this is like what's going through my head when it's like, I don't want to get caught. These motherfuckers will be like on Discord accounts linked to their credit cards with like their full address and their profiles. Like, bro. And this guy works in also, coming full circle. Full circle. If you remember my argument with counterpoints, a lot of you guys think, and I'm not shitting on anybody, and Wicked Supreme will back me up, and I'm pretty sure every other person that's ever worked in military intel will back me up here, okay? People think that the people that work in US intel are like, every other member is like fucking Jason Bourne or some like ultra tech analyst. Like, oh, hello. Like, oh, me? I work in US Navy intel. I'm 23 years old and I did my PhD in like virocryptology. I published my dissertation. It was immediately classified by the NSA, and then they drafted me and took me for, like, and it's like, no, bro. No offense, but like the average person that works in the military is the average person that works in the military. Like, and I like, you see people like this get caught. This guy apparently is like fucking has access to skiffs and shit. Is working in like Navy intel, and he's a fucking retard, okay? Jesus. They think everyone is Edward Snowden. Even Edward Snowden, my understanding, now it's been a long time since I read, but even Edward Snowden was, I don't believe, was an exceptionally intelligent individual. The guy just had access to a fuck ton of files. He downloaded a bunch of fucking shit, and then he sent it to fucking WikiLeaks or whatever. Snowden was not like some hyper fucking genius. I know that everybody seems to think that like he was like some ultra god programmer. He wasn't. Like, he was just like a, I think it was cyber transport, by the way, not intel. Okay, sure. No, yeah, no. Snowden didn't work in intelligence directly, I don't think. He worked on doing some other shit, but yeah.
Documents hit the internet, 4chan, Telegram, and Twitter on April 5th. Jack, the next day at work, decided to use his government computer to search classified intelligence reporting for the word leak. He wanted to see whether or not he was safe. A swarm of military and police vehicles gathered around the Teixeira family home as Jack, the dumbest Discord user, was taken into custody with his hands above his head walking backward.
Snowden gave the files to WAPO, not WikiLeaks. I thought Snowden was eventually connected to Assange, was he not? The first batch might have gone to the Washington Post, though. That could be true.
ABC News, of course, painting Discord as the worst platform on planet Earth. Discord, used by suspect accused of leaking classified documents, has become more popular with extremists. So yes, you viewer, if you use Discord, you might be an extremist.
True.
Anyways, since Discord's in
Where's
the news,
the lie?
they, of course, made this massive article, which is basically a PR response, our response to the Pentagon leaks by Clint Smith, who is the chief legal officer. So this thing boring snore fest. I'm going to save you the headache of reading this, and basically the 3 points are: Discord is to have fun. It's a community platform. Discord doesn't allow hate speech and threats or violent extremism, so the Thugshaker server wasn't allowed. And the final thing is that Discord is working with the United States Department of Defense and Justice. And that's basically the article. The rest of it's saying Discord is super good, they have good moderation, and let's completely ignore the fact that there's a whole bunch of malware hosted on Discord and a whole bunch of CP. In the news and the media, my god, these people are absolute vultures. Jack's parents, right? They probably had no idea this thing was coming. Like, do your parents know what you do on Discord? Probably not. My parents really don't even know what I do for my job. I just tell them I talk into a computer and I get paid by YouTube. We have this wonderful video where neighbors react.
Destiny, you're looking at the 2-time back-to-back Meta Purge Survivor Champion. Good job, Huff Daddy. Yeah, Meta doing more purges, guys. How is that stock price doing? $215. God. Who?
And let's see what these neighbors have to say.
I don't think you ever really see this coming.
Oh my god. What is the point of this? But this same video gets even better because once again, we're scooping the bottom of the barrel. What other important information does everyone need to know about this incident?
A lot of the neighbors I spoke with today say Jack Texera and his family are quiet, that many people here don't know them. One woman did tell me that Texera's mother does sell flowers from a farm stand in front of the family home in the spring and summer months.
This is like just the 24-hour news cycle. Like, people just have to be reporting on every single fucking thing constantly. Everything needs to be reported. There's just like, you just have to be talking constantly about shit. Click Bristlink, it is wild. Is it the Russian soldier getting shot and killed in the thing? I'm not gonna watch like death on here. Okay.
Thank God that we all now know that this family sells flowers in the spring and summer months in front of their home. What would I ever have done without this knowledge? This is quite ridiculous, but it gets even worse. In fact, the New York Post, which, by God, this is such an awful article. Pentagon leaks suspect Jack Teixeira chose revealing senior quote for high school yearbook. Oh my God. Is this whole thing premeditated? Is his yearbook quote going to be, "I am going to leak classified military documents"? No, it's actions speak louder than words. And it's not just New York Post doing this. It's Vice too. Leaked classified documents also include role-playing game character stats. Yes, there is a news article on this photo of character stats in like a D&D analog game. This is more pointless than Roblox and Twitter drama combined. And it gets even more absurd, right? Because of course, this is going to be a politics thing, and American politics as a Canadian are always hilarious. Jack Teixeira is white, male, Christian, and anti-war. That makes him an enemy to the Biden regime. Of course, people are using this event as if it's a big chess piece move in this massive big game. And the media, of course, is going to gobble this up, and they're going to slow drip all these leaks so that they can make as much money as possible from this one fella, Jack.
Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin.
I'm so curious. What is the context of this conversation?
Whose career required Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him, while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you were in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on that.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirms to me that Vosh doesn't
Oh no, Vosh, what's happening?
Chapter 1, Anita. The most famous bigot in American LGBT history is a woman called Anita Bryant. 1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay? In 1969, the Stonewall riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first Pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder. But only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture. We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced. Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it. They give you no choice. On January 18th, 1977, Dade County, Florida, known for such popular cities as
Miami,
approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma.
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida Sunshine Tree. My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida any time of day.
Cute. When Anita heard her pastor speak about this non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching.
Damn.
As a mother, she would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never condoned nor taught my children discrimination against anyone. But if this ordinance amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother to teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures.
Damn.
Anita, kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed,
Whoa.
Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition, which sponsored provocative TV ads.
I thought she was gonna say kill yourself, which would have been way more base, but
implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious. With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict into a national controversy. On one side were the gay rights activists, who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
was this in, I don't know if I read this in my subreddit or something different. Fuck, what did I read this? Somebody that's like, it feels like people have a phrase where they say destroy society, but they use that phrase instead of I don't like it. So like if you replace the phrase one with the other, it always works. So whenever somebody's like, oh, this is horrible because it's destructive to society, it's like, destructive how? They never actually have ways of like measuring it or accounting for it or seeing what it is. It really just means like, I don't like this thing. Like, this is destructive towards society. Who's it destructive towards? Is it actually? Or are you just trying to say you don't like that thing? I don't know if I read this on my site or not, but it's like an interesting way of like viewing that phrase. I think Ayla, oh, maybe Ayla posted it on Twitter. It might have been. Oh, actually, I think it was actually. Societal harm is mostly not real. It usually functions as a boogeyman people slap onto things as a way to justify their disdain. I feel disgusted isn't a strong moral argument, so people use the nobler sounding, you're harming society, invent some damage so you can be a hero. I'm sure there are some things where there's an exception to this, like child porn. Legalizing it would probably harm society in measurable ways. But like, I can see the argument for that statement.
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality, they have equal rights the same as anyone else.
In other words, gay people already have equal rights, just as long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay in secret. Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals to teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment. It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are grooming.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about two moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it. People should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
They're just evil people, and they want to groom kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark.
What a great country we live in. I love it so much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant and Save Our Children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one now. Forgot my cocktail measure, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this. Just a dash of apple juice. Give it a stir. Needs a garnish. Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure spite. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay-affirming Metropolitan Community Church, was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away. I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches in 1977 and 78, anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts, signs, and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day without lesbians is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile, Anita's campaign inspired more anti-gay legislation, including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the failed Briggs Initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers. So Anita Bryant was worse than a bigot. She was an influential bigot, but she may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil. So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser. She took a lot of L's. RIP.
L's.
For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she became virtually unemployable in mainstream entertainment.
Damn.
And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
"Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life. God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm."
Oh my God. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit for Anita. Pass a little juice around.
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed a banana cream pie in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every...
Security agent, security agent.
No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014. In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
It's very hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both the houses.
Isn't it cruel even to slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim? Oh no. Oh no! I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2. The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence valid concerns? Mothers in this country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism? Well, no, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument, I'd probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful, and it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife. She was too submissive, and it angered me. She let my dad step all over her. Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
He described her most intense adolescent memory as a feeling of intense ambition.
A relentless drive to succeed at doing well the thing I loved. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
But Anita's
maybe everybody in life is just a series of who hurt yous. Like for this lady, it was men. For me, it's everybody. For Hitler, it was art critics. For Myron, it was some black woman at some point in time.
Ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
"Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it."
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Wait, what is this? Dead Island 2 coming out in 3 days. Do you remember the initial? This must have been, was it 10 years ago? The Dead Island 1 trailer came out, and it was like, people were like, it was such a cool, awesome, cute narrative trailer, and the game was like forgotten about in like 3 days. Does anybody remember this? The game was good though, was it? The Dead Island 2 trailer is 10 years old. Wait, that was the trailer for this game? No, I thought that was the Dead Island 1 trailer. No, that was the Dead Island 1 trailer, you moron. You. Dead Island official trailer. Wait, was this trailer for the game that's coming out now? No, it is what you're thinking. Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm right.
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened and
Sexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened and there's all kinds of harassment even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes.
Damn.
She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers. She had been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically. No one has paid as dearly as Anita Bryant for taking a public stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the free marketplace of ideas.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performers' public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H. They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan. They blamed her for hate crimes. They burned her in effigy. They disrupted events she was involved in. They printed toilet paper with her face on it. Some sent Anita death threats, or they mailed her rotting oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is how you canceled people before phones. Instead of shit posting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can imagine?
I can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations and bomb threats from gay activists.
Damn.
And of course, there was the pie. So much for the tolerant Mattachine Society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights, but what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff wrote in his 1992 book, Free Speech for Me, But Not for Thee, that the orange juice boycott reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. Have you ever considered that being pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, in that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpetbaggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers, religious and civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized, highly financed, and politically militant group of homosexual activists. We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators, and deniers of basic human rights. And all of this happened because we were sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that she and a handful of well-intentioned Christian mothers were cast as bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot? Until the Dade County Ordinance, Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal. And she never said that she hated gay people or wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth because I know that there is hope for the homosexuals, that if they're willing to turn from sin, the same as any individual, that they can be ex-homosexuals the same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex-anybody.
Wow. She loves homosexuals because they can change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFarlane had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life. I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality. Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth, no matter what they think of my motives. I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Wow, what an empath. You know, I actually think it's really noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage onto the marginalized group whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay, so we've given a fair hearing to both sides, to many sides. We've considered all the evidence. Now, let's suppose there's no longer a gun to my head and ask, did Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face? Well, yes, obviously. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance, empathy, and impartiality and to twist them into up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough, you can essentially explain away the entire concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized by militant activists defaming and silencing them with such reputation-ruining slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media-literate people, you understand framing, so you already know that I'm about to compare Anita Bryant to J.K. Rowling. In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school, but who now writes books about transvestite serial killers masturbating into stolen panties because she's lost her goddamn mind. Lo ho ho, dear readers. Christ, what a nightmare. Chapter 3, The Witch Trials of J.
Again, I think that, like, without getting, I'm probably going to disagree with most of her analysis here. I agree that there are going to be some, like, a person that is pro-gay rights and a person that is anti-gay rights are not the same. You can't say that, oh, they're just two different opinions. Yeah, sure. Like, I can have the opinion that you should be genocided. That's an opinion, right? However, it is important that there is a norm set to discourse, because whose opinion is right and whose opinion is wrong is oftentimes subject to the subjective whims of society. What are gay rights today, 100 years ago, could have been most people protesting for, gay genocide. So I think it's important to establish some norms of like conversation in society. For instance, we probably shouldn't be like attacking people over their opinions or throwing pies at them or other forms of like assaults. Probably not a good idea in general.
J.K. Rowling. All right, kids. It's Transin time. Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast about J.K. Rowling, hosted by Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group from Topeka, Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates God and me both. I'm tired of you people. J.K. Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most famous homophobic hate groups in the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because they hated the troops and the gays, essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which to this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say you think I love your praying? He hates all you do cause you love fornicating. Fornicating.
It's perfect. I love it. Played at my funeral. Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012 after a crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church. She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leaving a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I had criticized J.K. Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you may be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe. If you're smart. Last month, the podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood, as well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a rotten hell Rowling sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This did not bode well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending legitimacy to some kind of unearned J.K. Rowling redemption tour. This caused Megan's mom, Shirley, to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God. I mean, God is one of the most vulnerable minorities. There's only one of him. And he could really use your help, Shirley. I said in these tweets that I felt used, which that is how I felt, but ultimately, I need to take full responsibility for my involvement in this. The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is gonna be like. So the decision to participate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting my own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story. I liked the idea that this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous current bigot. We all love a good redemption arc, and I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in me. And to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was that because Megan left Westboro, that must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry, right? And despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as a trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Jo Rowe about all the transphobic stuff she says, right? Wrong.
I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast presents Rowling as a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, all because she, as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down, women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict as feminists versus trans rights activists, whom Rowling describes as
a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
For the first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
You are murdering trans children! Let's get out my time!
A huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
There's this one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers' abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
You ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, Damn. Nobody knows who you are and nobody cares and you will die alone.
And then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind of medieval lament.
You will die alone and you will burn in hell.
It's just so dramatic.
Just in case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt. Do you guys get it? Do you get it yet? And then these mobs of irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story of how J.K. Rowling escaped her abusive husband to publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed to those parts that I plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them, and there was a power to them.
The only voices of genuine trans dissent appear in episode 6 out of 7, more than 5 hours in. And there's only 2 of us. One is me, Shame, and the other is a teenager named Noah who kind of just seems like he wants to be liked and understood and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan, especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my 3rd grade classroom and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to. On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if he had any thoughts about the podcast he wanted me to pass along, and this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate. Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to survive. How we treat or talk to people like J.K. Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
Wow.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it is. They spend 7 hours implying that J.K. Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I mean, turf is basically witch.
But if you point this out, they just deny it. Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna commit to this. I need to watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. How many seasons are there to catch up on? I feel like I've only seen like 4 or 5 episodes from start to finish. Every I see is so good. 16 seasons, really?
And show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that? You're crazy. By the way, come get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. And Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be foreshadowing.
So, looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Megan doesn't explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about the obvious implications of the podcast's title, Megan said, "The title is ambiguous. Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with J.K. Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares. Megan, I was not surprised.
I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever.
The podcast released new episodes weekly, and whenever Megan was challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet. Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of other perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week. More bombshell revelations to come." Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, and I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could...
Wait, what is this marijuana shit that people are linking? Hold on, I'm so confused. Destiny correction. Look at this YouTube comment. Someone said she looks tired because I'm not marginalized. I wouldn't understand being tired. I can't believe my landlord just kicked me out after 4 years because he can't viably raise my rent, so they kicked me out in order to raise the rent on the next sucker. Is that legal? I don't know anything about like UK housing laws or whatever. Or Portugal or Europe or whatever the fuck. Okay, I don't care about your personal YouTube comment section battles.
Come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray J.K. Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last. And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that note? Why would anything about this podcast be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that J.K. Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reasonable way to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that J.K. Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, "I just believe in conversation." I don't know. I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments, you're in luck, because there is more where that came from. This video is sponsored by Cannabox.
Sponsor!
Cannabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children. Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant family cookbook. The best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night? You don't know who you're eating, so it's totally guilt-free and ethically sourced. Maybe. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Joe Rose Transphobia.
Okay, dude.
That's it. I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro compares trans activists to Death Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry Potter.
My position is that this activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in secret, and now is our time. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
When an article then claimed she had equated trans people to Death Eaters, the podcast's PR firm reached out demanding a correction because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves. So I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter arrive by OWL. J.K. Rowling's bigotry is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless series of what are called Mott and Bailey arguments. A Mott and Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a mound or hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced courtyard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Mott and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the bailey. And then, when confronted with
Pretty cringe that she's stealing content from my stream from years ago.
counter arguments, they walk it back to a much less.
This is why Vosh is bad for trans discourse. He's directly fed into her broad point that is all secretly misogyny. Did I ever read that email that I got a long time ago about turf shit? I wonder if it would be appropriate to read this now. Oh God, it's such a long email. I can't read this whole thing. It's actually like, it was a really long email. But I'll do the Vosh part real quick. Okay, this is a woman I guess that used to be, this used to be a Vosh fan. I'll just read these two paragraphs. This is a summary of a summary after all of this. If you take anything from what I've written, I would take this. Trans women have played a fundamental, pivotal role in de-radicalizing TERFs. I don't think anyone else has been as successful, if at all, and I don't think anyone else will be. The bulk of my experiences are from 5 to 10 years ago, but I will attempt to frame them in a way that you can relate to. I think it has gotten a little bit better, but I'm quickly learning that the battle for trans rights is still plagued by the same themes and characters. I've stopped engaging, so it's hard for me to say for sure, but just looking from the outside in, I see people like Vosh, who are neither trans nor a woman, effectively meaning he is nothing more than a cis man, making misogynistic comments, quote, in the name of trans activism, end quote, or people saying, quote, maybe we shouldn't have women in sports, end quote, etc. I see it for what it is, a fucking gold mine for TERFs to capitalize on. The misogyny from Vosh is the best recruiting material in the world. It cannot be understated how good it is for them. It is the trans discourse equivalent of proof of WMDs in comparison to comments like, quote, maybe we should do away with women in sports, end quote, which is more akin to an ISIS beheading video. It does far more harm for trans women, because TERFs usually have to point to crazy or misogynistic things that trans activists say that come from people like Demon Mama, who happen to be trans, and no one can really argue that Demon Mama isn't part of an oppressed group, so there's still that discomfort because her word can be hand-waved as an oppressed person punching up, or just an oppressed person being frustrated at a perceived oppressor. Meanwhile, Vosh is a cis man who is perceived to be speaking from the position of a group of people who are the facilitators of gendered oppression, or have been at least throughout history, so his words carry a lot more weight than some frustrated trans woman, because TERFs can use it to point to it as and say, quote, see, men are just using trans ideology to oppress us, end quote. It is a lot easier to develop a boogeyman or an enemy when you develop a narrative that your enemy is supported by a group of people who have historically held all of the power in the first place. This is when I was playing Elden Ring. This email was April 12th, 2022, so about a year ago. It was kind of interesting reading this. I probably make some misogynistic jokes, I think. I'm trying to think. Do people think I actually hate women? I don't think so. Probably because I argue so much red pill shit. I feel like my positions are clear. I think an issue that I'm running into, I've read comments, I'm trying to think of like, is Vosh's misogyny meme, or do people think that Vosh actually hates women? Do you really come away with that if you're a long-term viewer of Vosh's content? I'm not sure. The problem with Vosh is that some of the stuff that Vosh says, like insults towards other women, is like really, oof. I think that like my worst thing was probably calling like Lav a dumb bitch, I guess, which I'm probably okay with. But I think the Vosh thing about doing the misogyny tweet and then getting his audience to piggyback on it
And then when he got called out by that one British woman and saying like she looks like a woman that wants to be like sexually assaulted by people in an office. Oh, that was a rough one. That time he said he wanted to bend the congresswoman over the table. I don't even know that one. I think, and then also, this is going to be like ultra subjective. I feel like my misogynistic jokes are usually fairly funny, which I think kind of defangs them a little bit. I think generally it's like kind of funny, but sometimes when I see some of the, now this could just be me primed to not like Vosh, but I feel like sometimes when I see some of the Vosh misogynistic stuff, it's not really as funny. It's just like, oof. It's like, ugh. It's kind of like, it just seems like he's like kind of mean. But I could also be like, I could just be predispositioned to not like Vosh. So maybe I don't, so I could just be primed to like not think he's funny, right? That could be a thing.
Less controversial and easy.
I believe this is the Vosh clip.
Being a generous word.
Yeah, like this was such a rough thing. Like, oh man.
Picking apart my accent, my appearance, my outfit, and my persona. You know, all the things 12-year-old girls go for when they're feeling particularly bitchy. So it's difficult to be serious when I'm not given anything serious to work with. And then, because apparently he really wanted to prove my point about male feminists, he said this.
She's a pick-me. No wonder she's dressed like this. She's wearing a f***ing skirt with stockings. She just wants to live in Mad Men and be sexually harassed by like the office boys.
Like I'm trying to think of like, is there like a, I'm trying to think of like me shitting on a conservative woman. Like, is there a scenario where I would make like this, is there a scenario where I make like this series of jokes? I'm trying to think. Like, when I'm trying to think of like my misogynistic jokes, I feel like the worst one I've had, I think, was probably the laugh thing, calling her a dumb bitch. This line of joking is like, oh man, we're really extreme. Jesus, I don't know, it feels that way, but I could be biased. Is he even making a joke in this clip? Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think he's joking. I don't think he genuinely thinks this. Maybe? I don't think.
I'm sorry? I beg your pardon, sir. What was that? What do I want?
She just wants to live in Mad Men and be sexually harassed.
Yes, Vosh. You caught me.
Before they inevitably get ousted by some like QAnon magatard. Which, you know, good. Do some good on your way out. What do we think of Cinema's fit? Cinema has a fat ass, and I do want to bend her over a table. I'm not big into hate fucking, but like,
now to be fair, this was November. That was a long time ago. But now I'm trying to think, cause like, if he would have been like, if he would have just said like, Cinema's got a badonkadonk, I'd be like, okay. Cinema's got a badonkadonk. But if it's like, Cinema's got a badonkadonk that I want to bury the Sword of Arthur in, if you know what I mean. I feel like it's just like a step too far. Yeah, I don't know.
Easy to defend version of the claim. The Mott. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like...
Can you explain what it means to hate women? I don't personally see how jokes mean you hate them. How is calling someone a stupid bitch equivalent to hating an entire gender? Like, there's just like... It's a very careful line you have to walk. I don't know how to explain it, and I probably cross over it sometimes. Like, if I'm in the middle of a thing, I call Lav like a dumb bitch, okay? I think that's probably like people see like, okay, they have like a back and forth. But like sometimes I've made comments where it's like, this girl's got pretty girl syndrome. You can tell she's never been told no before. Like I've made that joke before. That's the type of joke you hear. It's like, do you think that like all women that are like pretty heavily like that's a joke where somebody could read a little bit more into it than like the lab bitch comment, right? I'm just saying there's certain jokes you make where like somebody will say something, or there's certain comments I should say where you make and somebody can read like, okay, this is like genuinely like an analysis of an individual, blah blah blah, versus like here's a joke you're making or a comment you're making where it's like, do you hate women or do you, and that's, yeah. I don't know. It's a very, very, very careful line you have to walk. Like, I'm sure that stuff that I've said is probably for some people already beyond the pale where like, oh, this guy probably hates women or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Live tonight, setting up to catch a predator account with Tinder. We'll be catching predators on Tinder and catching them in real life. Jesus. When hearing these jokes over and over, you get tired of it and start to feel like you don't belong and you're being othered. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so there's like a fatiguing effect too. But then also, to be fair, I don't know how many times Vosh makes these jokes. Like maybe these are the only 4 misogynistic comments that Vosh has made all year. And if I regularly watch this content, maybe it wouldn't feel that way, I don't know. Destiny, you said worse things. You said somebody gets raped on Twitter. This was like a 10-year-old tweet. This was a dumb tweet. I don't stand by this tweet. I don't know why you're bringing this up. That tweet was like from like 2016, I think.
Sex is real. What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that she thinks it's very sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman, journalists should simply say a trans woman is a woman.
That from the Associated Press is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman, and that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about. We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is, of course, false, because the words trans and cis exist.
Dude, people have been doing that creep. That is the thing that people do that I think is really weird. I feel like there was a period of time, I don't think it's happened, or I don't know if I've seen it recently, but people are doing this thing where it's like, oh yeah, like even by sex, you are like a trans woman is a woman, even sexually. Or like Vosh, that phrase that he made up, hormone wash, that biologically you can become a woman, right? And it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies.
Hold on, wait.
What's up, chat? How you doing? I sent you some suggestions for titles this morning. What'd you think of the last one? Because I have the domain for both of those. The last 2.
I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about anything right now. I feel like the best thing would be to record a couple episodes and then see what we feel like the direction that's going, and then we can kind of figure it out.
I'm just talking about a name. I'm not like trying to we're getting solidified into something. I think that would just
but even the name, I think we'd probably change it after 12 episodes or something anyway, right? Do we want to get tied down with a name?
Well, I mean, one of the names that I suggested there, like Over Russell, that's like that's pretty. Well, it's pretty generic. I imagine we're going to be fighting with each other a lot. That kind of implies that feeling, right?
Yeah. Are we trying to over Russell people though?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, right?
I guess we don't know, huh?
I thought Angel Thump could be one. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm flexible, but I feel like you're not committing a lot of big thoughts to this conversation right now.
Okay, this is how I feel, okay? In my years of content creating.
Go ahead.
Okay?
You're just gonna see what sticks. I gotcha.
No, it's just important to do things, and then when you do things, you learn about them. That a lot of people will spend a ton of time like, oh, let's plan out like the perfect name and the images and blah 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 blah. That's like 10%, but who cares? The important thing is showing up and doing show. As soon as Adam okays the studio, we do an episode or 2 or 3. The names and all that shit will be easy. That's the easy part. I don't want to go through all this oh, here's the name, here's the domain, here's blah blah blah, and then you do one episode and it's like, this is boring, and then we're done. It's like, what the fuck is the point?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, darktriadpodcast.com.
Well, there's no third person, so the triad doesn't really work that well anymore.
Have you even asked Anna if she wants to? God, she'd be a great third.
That would she
perfect.
Wouldn't.
She would be.
What are you talking about? She's I don't want to talk. I mean, listen, it's got to be someone that can keep up. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. It's got if we have someone who comes on and does that type of shit, it's got to be someone who can keep up, and very few people can keep up. Yeah, yes, Yes. Oh yeah. Man, there was some good options we talked about, but you know, we're not gonna be able to get, especially now, I'm not gonna be able to get up.
Not with that attitude.
We just need like a producer. You know, as I said, we need an H3H3 Dan guy. I need a Dan for my Dan, so to speak.
Okay. Like, yeah. I don't know if the producers they'll provide will be funny enough to be those people. I
don't even think they're probably almost definitely not, and they're probably not going to want to have anything to do or be on stream, would be my guess.
Why?
You think they will? I'd be surprised.
Hello?
But maybe I could be wrong.
I'm Destiny, okay? Why would you not want to share a stage with me?
Well, I mean, I can think of a few reasons for most people. I think I've kind of said them to you before. It's the affiliation with people who want to kill you, mostly. I mean, that's like pretty much every extremist group that there is hates you, I think. Is there anyone that doesn't?
And?
Well, that might be a reason that someone's like not trying to
God, I miss And Guy so much.
Oh man. Oh, that was a good one.
And? I ate ramen.
And?
I ate ramen every single day. I ate ramen every day in college.
I don't understand. One of the funniest dudes I ever met when it comes to writing, and he just throws. I don't understand how he did so poorly. I don't know, man. I don't get people.
Okay, anything else?
Did you just gotcha anything else to me? No, fine. Go back to your fucking video in silence.
Okay, love you.
Bitch.
That transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must be referred to as women. Or was it wumbin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and trans masculine people, they're all women and must be referred to as women because J.K. Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Mott and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real. Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The Mott. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. J.K. Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender-critical belief.
Gender-critical belief, which is the absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she was saying, then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is the Mott. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understandably get mad, they'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We could name this behavior the birthday boy argument. I dated a 5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met until they'd pull their fist back to beat him up, whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on, I'm a little guy, I'm just a little guy, no, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy. And somehow it always worked. So a birthday boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by, teacher, look what he's doing to me, when the target reacts with anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's transphobic. For example, here's someone on Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate is horribly oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's definition of a woman.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brood mother. That Rowling's words regularly appear in gender-critical arguments shows the massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement. She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress. She's the best thing that ever happened to them, because Sheila Jeffries certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large Gamete Producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one direct quote that she has said which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Imagine.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at Large Gamete Producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary. Like, if this person doesn't think that trans women are men, trans men are women, is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic? Because many of them don't believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say, I hate black people, but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What J.K. Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984. She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrinologists and ideologues that is supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias. If you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way more liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda film.
Damn.
She refers to trans women as trans
What's that film called, guys?
males, known as Tims, among people for whom this has become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the progress flag, also the colors representing queer people of color, so, you know, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's something of a fixation for her. I find this particularly gross because it plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially anti-trans, when in fact, they're the least transphobic demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person and also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people. So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Jo Rowe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys J.K. Rowling defending her from the transsexuals, and she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes like Oedipus."
By the way, here is J.K. Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls. Truly, one of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is J.K. Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e., people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, "But aren't they straight men? They're wearing eyeliner, bigots." Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about J.K. Rowling, right? Whether it's fair to cancel her. That's what The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is about. The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal, humane society? Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn and condemnation? And there's an even broader—
I don't like the dichotomy there. Is it a legitimate opinion, or can we act with scorn and condemnation? Nobody has a problem with anybody reacting with scorn and condemnation. I think the issue is if you react with violence. I think that's the issue. Or like murderous like destruction, right? That's the issue. Like, no, I don't think— fuck. It's funny. Oh, this sounds so mean. I don't mean to say this, but it's funny because like she just did the Mott and Bailey that she accused J.K. Rowling or the other transphobes of doing, which I do think they do, by the way. I do agree with her. But like she just said, oh, like I just want to react with scorn and condemnation. But scorn and condemnation that she defended earlier was assault on a woman, was like running up to somebody smashing a pie in their face. That's not scorn and condemnation. That's something very different. Nobody is saying that you can't be scornful or condemnful, I think that's a word, of a person, right? So that she just kind of did like a Mott and Bailey there.
Question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation. Is canceling ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both
I don't know
sides.
what fish tank is. I don't know why everybody's spamming fish tank in chat. I have no idea what any of that is.
On many sides and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5. Debate.
Oh, Samhain thing. Okay, gotcha.
Sar, I know I did this look before and it's like not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's viewpoint seems to be that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy if we want to find a way to change their minds.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune as Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan because she claims that a decade ago, when she went on Twitter to tweet about how marriage is abominable to God, it was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to change people's minds, then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point, but what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't.
Is that really what people mean by canceling? When we say that cancel culture is bad, are we saying that people saying mean things to people is canceling? I feel like that is not at all what people mean when they talk about that. Maybe I'm wrong, but no, I'm not wrong. That's kind of a silly summary of what does it mean to cancel somebody.
Boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't shun or exclude anyone because that's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right? De-radicalization was a really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book address her family. I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to find another way. This is touching and human and also kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots is more important than protecting the people they target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress. Which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still homophobic. But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s. Because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her. And that's what they did. We have to accept that realistically, persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people as possible.
This is what I don't like about this idea that Contra has. So Contra has essentially created a world where she's saying you can't really use compassion or empathy or conversation or whatever to persuade people out of these bigoted positions. And if we turn to the record, if we look historically, people have been fairly aggressive and, they've made good progress in advancing rights for LGBT progressive causes, right? But here's the issue that we have. If we're taking being a nice person off the table, if that's just a thing that we're not going to do anymore, what's going to happen if we hit an area where maybe we're heading to this area where we do start to slide back a bit on certain rights?
are we gonna be in an area where, like, let's say for instance a bunch of anti-trans legislation does pass. Well, we've removed empathy from the table and activism isn't enough. Aren't we kind of backed into a corner there saying that, like, we're just gonna have to start killing people? We're just gonna have to start, like, being as radical and extreme as possible because that's the only thing left? Because if we've already said that, like, empathy and compassion isn't gonna work, we have to be activists, and then the activism doesn't work, well, what's next? You're not gonna go back to compassion. It seems like at that point, well, I guess we just gotta go full on violence murder mode. That's what it feels like.
Possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church? Nar. You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head, you might feel afraid to express them publicly for fear of being shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No, it's because racism is dangerous and shameful, and you should be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. And sure, there are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization is a valid strategy, but it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling black people to be a little nicer to racists. Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew.
I feel like and I understand it's for entertainment or edutainment, I guess you can call it, but, like, we're not going to be nice by telling black people to be nice to racists. That's kind of like, if I summarize your position, it's like, well, we're not going to be nice by telling white people to kill themselves on Twitter either, right? I don't know.
Rotate to respect women. In general, I think that the massive effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Saitanovic became the face of the fascist Unite the Right rally in 2017 when a photo of him mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country. Peter was unrepentant in interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused. Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's flushed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with the London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
"I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman."
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do.
Okay, but, like, damn, bro, being upgraded from a f***ing white nationalist Nazi to, like, a normal conservative, I understand that to progressives it's all the same to you guys. That, like, oh, well, that guy's a Nazi and that guy doesn't think trans people are real. They're basically both bigoted extremists. Like, okay, come on, Chief. There's a spectrum here, and this guy has advanced significantly along the spectrum. Jesus.
When I did de-radicalization work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people of color who were not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of semi-reformed racists over to the left, a frustration that I totally understand. To paraphrase YouTuber Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who—
Her point is that it'd be more efficient to talk to moderate people, not that there's— yeah, but you can talk to both. Why are we pretending that, like, you have, like, 1 second in your life in how to act, and you can either try to, like, not be insane versus, I guess, like, extremists versus, or you could just, like, be nice, or wait, so what is she saying you should even do to moderates, actually? Because isn't she still advocating at the end of the day for like rampant like intolerism towards ideas that she perceives to be as bigoted? Like, she shouldn't say it should be the primary or only strategy. Well, who says that it should be the primary or only strategy? I don't know if there's a place for like the massive like purity spiral and like the insane fucking. I just don't think Twitter activism. I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's cringe.
Used to be religious fundamentalists. They were so certain they were right, only to realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong. So they become distrustful of any strong moral convictions because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights? Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how there are too many podcasts? I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of podcasts until we can figure out what's going on.
What the hell is going on?
Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, complained that trans activism and activism in general is plagued by mental illness and hysteria.
True.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of mental instability and even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in really in all activist communities, the level of viciousness and hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
Diversity when man accuses trans women of being hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted?
She's presenting her side as being so reasonable, like, oh, it's just strong emotions. I don't think it's just strong emotions that people are having an issue with. I don't think it's fair to summarize that as just strong emotions.
It reminds me of this awful episode of Joe Rogan feat Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual whining sophistry, and Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity.
All of the top comments on this video are like this.
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when you don't demonize people.
The discussion here was excellent. Two guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should be done. Kudos to both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be. Just two people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Joe Rogan beautifully asks the tough questions, and Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's two so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And it's easy for two straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation about the ethics of homosexuality because it's not their lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people.
Okay, this is an argument that I've given before. For me, as like a white, straight, bi, whatever the fuck guy, it's easier for me to navigate these conversations in some ways because there's not really anything at stake for me, right? Especially being wealthy. Like, it's not like I'm going to lose my rights, or it's not like some crazy shit is going to happen to me. That is a true point. However, there is an equally true point to be brought up on the other side. Not everybody has to be an activist. okay? If you feel like you are so emotionally compromised that you're not able to have a reasonable conversation with these topics, then don't. You don't have to. Nothing is forcing you to be an advocate for your existence. Nothing is forcing you to come out and be some insane activist that's trying to, like, you know, right the wrongs of the world. Just don't be involved in that activism. You don't have to be. Like, you can just live a normal life. That's okay too.
Who are asked to defend their rights. Like, if you're straight, do you want to publicly debate whether your marriage is valid? Andrew Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in a lifetime of ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precept that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Jesus Christ.
Ben
Bro, are you okay?
Threatening violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country utterly. Two is to pick up a gun. Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin.
I'm so curious. What is the context of this conversation?
Whose career requires that he convince his right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This means that he's willing to sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then congratulate themselves about how they can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this?
Because
that's what I'm curious about.
We go home at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family. And that's what I believe, but I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all. I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family. So does craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and nods, probably because he's thinking about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually, I just take out a picture of me and DeSantis, and then we're good, because they get it, that's my governor, yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin and they see, finally, a reasonable gay person who doesn't scream bigot at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see a spineless, bootlicking doormat who won't even defend his own family from the most fundamental disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these civil conversations seem to change anyone's mind. Persuasion is more complicated and less.
I also think that that's a hard one too. It's a really hard one for me to keep in mind as well. You're not usually going to change the mind of like the people that you're actually debating, like the shows that you're on. But I do think a lot of people in the audience can be slowly persuaded over time. But it is a project and a process.
Less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true. The major precipitating event for Megan's crisis of faith was her mother's mistreatment at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church for once. She says of the church discipline, "For the first time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately, and I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men." So she finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party, only when the leopards ate her face. It also seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Meghan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started #SaveMeghan because, quote, she's hot. There's often an erotic component to persuasion, and that certainly seems to be the case with Meghan, because one of the people who helped de-radicalize her is now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion.
This is how I try to de-radicalize women. Never mind, I'm just kidding.
In de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more akin to religious conversion than it is to logical reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So who is this conversation even for? Well, obviously it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay. Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that is socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of establishing that their prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion. Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that a drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now, why do we need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare?
Life is a joke that's just begun. Read into mainstream school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love. As I am woman, now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their pearl clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you're really skilled in the art of humiliating people, which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the witch trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? Or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to...
I think that the answer is, in a way, it's both, right? Like, this is something that I've said before. I think that deplatforming is effective in getting rid of a person, but I don't think it's good at getting rid of an idea. So while you could deplatform the fuck out of somebody and then get rid of that particular person, I think at the end... And actually, hold on, no, fuck, actually, I shouldn't even brought into the premise. I don't know if deplatforming Milo Yiannopoulos was ever effective. I feel like deplatforming him blew that dude into orbit. Remember, deplatforming and canceling Milo Yiannopoulos, he is not an example of a successful deplatforming and canceling. Milo Yiannopoulos got destroyed because he did the pedophile thing. That's what f***ed him. It wasn't any amount of trans activism. It wasn't any amount of cancel culture. It wasn't any amount of progressives attacking him. It was him nuking himself and then conservatives not liking him anymore because of the pedophile stuff. That was the big thing that f***ed him.
debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
To again quote Ian Danskin, you can't really reason with someone who thinks that feminism is cancer, because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan, no debate, in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me, really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are the purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that one day I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately debatable by people who are not bigots. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues. But it's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking about figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through male puberty may still retain some kind of group advantage. But not all trans women have experienced male puberty. People are transitioning younger now, and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue, I just want people to approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. Right? How ridiculous. That will take place on day one.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6, Illiberal Methods. One of J.K. Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
So what are these illiberal methods?
If you are saying this person is cancelled, that is the language of a dictator.
It's true. Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она, автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans rights movement is dangerous and authoritarian in some unprecedented way that makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more cancelled than J.K. Rowling ever will be. Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings? Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition. Haven't you heard of the Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second-wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters. This understandably pissed off a bunch.
Jesus, let's have 40 minutes left. All right, hold on. People are saying X is on a run.
bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy. Like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house, demanding that she resign. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far, and I am now pro-cancel culture. So just as the meeting was beginning, a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug on the mic, and charged down the aisles, laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the NOW organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like men." Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings, as J.K. Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanagh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a
That's probably way too much of an over-exaggeration.
Single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one." Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement.
Jesus.
And also, quote, "I will fucking nail you to a wall what you have done to these innocent children. Your mutilation of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls? Wait till I deal with you, bastard, and I mean to." Dennis, it's time to log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back. And she
Yikes,
continues
fam.
to retweet him.
Yikes.
I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh, drama alert, who is not trans, tweeted at J.K. Rowling, "Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge." I called him out, tweeting, "Doing edgy ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism."
True.
I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, "That's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay?" Publicly shame her into changing her mind on that.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is, I have no qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line, or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny. idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender-critical movement. There's a great video called J.K. Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of J.K. Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like Kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in saw-like torture machines and contraptions?
Oh no, Vosh, what's happening?
People in saw traps. But also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical thinking skills here. Do you think that Jigsaw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account and is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The podcast cites 0 examples of death threats and abusiveness from anti-trans bigots. And it's not exactly like you have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who J.K. Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of J.K. Rowling. First, I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse.
Damn.
Fuck trans activism. Fuck gender ideology.
Yikes.
And fuck you.
Yikes.
Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Both Rowling and Meghan seem happy to cherry-pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
As evidence that the trans movement is dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally every liberation movement in world history. For example, let's consider Reclaim the Night, the protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got J.K. Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement, but we left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear that my friend's brother was running the risk of personal mutilation if he remained with us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free castration on demand." So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women screaming, "Castrate men!" Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant extremists? Is it fair, say, to pretend that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society for Cutting Up Men manifesto, is representative of feminism as a whole? Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair, is it? So why does J.K. Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And I made excuses for you then.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Meghan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Right, I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, you know, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus.
So Michelle correctly observes that the reason trans people...
She didn't sound like she stumbled into that at all. That sounded pretty clear and concise, but...
are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Like, does she think that women's suffrage just evolved organically? Did suffragettes just have calm, civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting until all the misogynists were rationally persuaded? No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote, sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this, maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend that past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus about women's rights, and there probably never will be.
Well, there can be a consensus about something without it being like, nobody disagrees. Like, there's a consensus around, like, slavery and it not being okay, but there's probably still some people that are pro-slavery in the United States, no?
In fact, marginalized groups wouldn't need rights if there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole reason to have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States? Well, between 1861 and 1865, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate.
Yeah, but again, so like, I feel like I don't know if she's intentionally done this. She's walked into an area where it's like, oh yeah, like in the past, the way that we did this was through civil war. So let's like keep, like, I don't know. I find this video like largely unconvincing.
See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high caliber idea that I picked off the polite discussion field of Manassas. Do you people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous about this movement, and it must be challenged.
Why is J.K. Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is J.K. Rowling like this? J.K. Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whomst I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply. I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics, seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender-critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain metaphysical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
And conservative politics promises women meaning,
The right offers women a simple, fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
The gender critical movement offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender critical movement. Adult human female. It's on billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition, it's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable. There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers. Having children is the one social contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock of women's social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender critical movement. J.K. Rowling's definition of woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The producer of the large gametes. Rowling says her primary concern about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility, attempts to socially legitimize or protect it, makes women expendable. The one thing women can do and be valued for will no longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it suggests a world without women altogether. A world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender critical rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people. Confused girls are being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
You will not replace us!
Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF to defend, went on a full-blown Twitter rampage because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Book Start Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in from the Book Start Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala. Are you enraged? If not, you haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet. Maya tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia, wait, wasn't it Tala? Referring to Talia as a trans bear with they-them pronouns, describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. I cannot express how upset I feel. The library jumped in to clarify that Tala, not Talia, isn't trans. They are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from...
I feel like, equally cringe on the other side, I feel like, didn't this happen with Apex Legends, where they said that, like, the robot character was non-binary? It's like, okay.
From a mama. Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting gender stereotypes. But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien...
It wasn't the robot character, it was Bloodhound? Oh, wait, I thought it was a robot character. Or am I thinking of Overwatch? Was it the robot character in Overwatch?
Is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold.
Bastion? Yeah, maybe? I don't know. Maybe.
I need to know how the alien fucks right now. I said I need to know how the alien fucks before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe, Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood. You are in charge of a baby. You have never done this before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years. Everyone has an opinion on what you are doing right and wrong, and you've become invisible. You had politics. You had a career. You had interests. You had a sex life. Now you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is so laughable reflects society's disdain for mothers. This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is why the hub of the resistance is on Mumsnet. So I am fascinated by this thread. I think it's one of the most revealing texts in gender critical history, because you know what? Maya Forstater actually does have valid concerns. But the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans people, and they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien. Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband? I know she has one. Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits, by providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of gender neutrality. Mumsnet is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much. These people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them: boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive in a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate fears and resentments often cannot be directed at the men with power.
Inevitably, this causes women to take the rage and contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
And this displacement of rage is just transparently what's going on with J.K. Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues, Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she says, is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur, but if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s, many conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dworkin attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists, certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, the lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of how precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses.
True.
They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now, it's true that trans-exclusionary radical feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979 that transsexualism should be morally mandated out of existence. But the gender-critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement because it has the structure of a right-wing movement, taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outsider. The momentum behind this is just too ripe an opportunity for conservatives to pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters. Women require symbols of danger that justify their fear. The right provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a mixture of culture wars and trans debate,
and in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children.
God, I want to debate that Michael No guy.
Sex talk, transgender extremism, and noxious politics in our schools. We should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke
every Biden policy promoting the chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth, and ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states.
On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
A few gender criticals still want to insist they have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life, is the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender-critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist. The rising star of the movement, Posey Parker, aka Kelly J. Keane Minshall, rejects feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
No.
Did you ever call yourself a feminist?
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be sort of like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists, I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism. I'm not a feminist! I'm not a feminist!
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently funded by the right-wing CPAC.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right white nationalists.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you what she's been saying. She's a Republican, but I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children to take sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion? I think that we really need to rethink all of this. I think parents need to take back control of their children.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts. It's for fools and perverts.
She's denied that transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
She's called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross-paraphilia is paedophilia. We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever stop at one.
She's said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
She's called on armed men to enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
And she's said that women who call themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with J.K. Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker, little things.
Jesus. Also, wait, hold on. If I kill both halves of this dragon, does the mission end? I don't have to worry about protecting my keep. I can just go and kill the dragon parts, right?
Like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds, but they aren't. Because promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them trumps all else. In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart J.K. Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has tweeted in defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender-critical movement, started by lesbian separatists in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of pound shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
Yes. In the meantime, while we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people
potential ally.
Basically you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like, if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So to wrap this up, is the backlash against J.K. Rowling a witch hunt? Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this, a movement can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil, whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be misogynistic. So, I would advise trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
I call on men who consider themselves decent human beings to call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
And Megan Phelps Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Call out the deviants among them and eradicate these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about J.K. Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her profile, and just block her. Problem solved. Like, don't harass her, that doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force in the human psyche, and they can't—
Why the fuck are they talking about Star Citizen out of nowhere?
Can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and misery. Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts, an enemy so hyperbolically evil that they justify his self-immolating crusade.
They took everything from me, you know. They took my family,
Jesus.
you know. And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. let them speak, and for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, you know? I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon, this will likely be her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead to me. I'm switching to Twilight.
I have with me in studio
yeah, just made like different sizes of wings because I wasn't sure if like this was too. I mean, I think that is too big. Um, but I also do want the
Yeah.
wings to take up a really good amount of space.
I actually think the bigger wings are the better. Now, as you said, maybe it's gone just a smidge too far, but I actually love the bigger wings. I think it feels more threatening, mostly because it feels like it could actually take off. And I think the balance in terms of the wing to body size, I'd be tempted to just bring those wings and just angle them a little bit lower, so maybe they're just a little bit lower kind of coming out. Hopefully you can tell what I mean. Like it's literally just a rotate clockwise just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bigger wings I think have much more impact. And I think that the other reason why they work really well is that stinger at first glance looks like it could be a head until you realize that that the head's at the other end. And I think the bigger wings actually just pushes you away from thinking that at all. And the stance forward means that the bigger wings feel like it's balanced a little bit more. I guess that's why maybe I can see them just lying down a little bit more. But really, really cool result. Super creepy again.
Yeah, thanks. And this is just him with the uniform, so like a bit of padding.
Yep.
And then the Omnitrix is like on his forehead. It's not very clear, but like
yeah.
That I feel like that's the best place to put it. Is just in between his four eyes, so he's like, I don't know, he could touch it with his eyes if he wanted to.
Yep. Yeah. I think that's good, and that's one of the things I'm liking here is that the placement of the Omnitrix is not arbitrary. It's like you're thinking about where it actually belongs, and I think that's that's a great way to approach this because it's going to give the whole project just a feel of purpose. It's like you've really thought about the design. So yeah, looks great.
Yeah, I've done a bit with the next one as well. So with Upgrade, there is a version where it's in the center of his chest, but then they've also done one where the Omnitrix is his eye. So his entire body is like made out of technology, but he's also like a goo. So yeah, it would make sense to like have the Omnitrix be a part of it, I guess.
Like it's embedded in the goo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's cool actually. I mean, on the chest would make sense, but I think if it's up there, and I mean, if this character is really gooey, I can almost see that moving around a little bit. But yeah, I think it works up the top. Um, the technology side of things, and once again, this is all just feedback for you to filter and make up, your mind as to what to do. But I actually feel those thicker green lines, they almost feel like they need a filament that's kind of running inside them, just to give them that little bit more depth. But it's feeling like it's exactly what you said. This is a goo based creature for sure.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I also put a little bit of spiky goo at the base because the main reference was ferrofluid, which
Yeah, yep.
is just like metal goo. So yeah.
Yeah. That stuff is just awesome when you see it moving around. It really feels like it's alive. So yeah, good choice.
Yeah. And then the last one was accelerate. So he's just the fast one. And I've done a version where the face is showing through the mask, and then this is the anatomy. So it's like very much a velociraptor, but
Yeah.
his suit allows him to move faster because he's got like balls under his feet.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I think that's working well. With the balls under the feet, it feels a little bit like those the Velociraptor toys, Roboraptors or whatever they're called. And I think I don't know. This is a tough, and I don't mean it's derivative. I don't mean it's copied or anything. It's just it feels like it's a little bit more toy-like. I wonder whether having something that feels a little less, like I don't know, cliched balls on the underneath the feet might work better. But I love the idea of the technology accentuating the creature. So to me, it might even be that the little wheels, the balls, could be smaller and further back towards the heel. But once again, this is, I'm spitballing here, not saying you should change the design. But yeah, looking cool. Once again, looks really kind of threatening. It's got a little bit of a xenomorph sort of feel to it as well, with the way that head's shaped. So you've taken a whole bunch of, fears from us all, and you've kind of pushed it into this creepy creature. So I can definitely see it. Nice.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah. That's all I've got to show, but for the next step, I was just planning on putting them all in a row so like you could see the lineup and all the scales could compare.
Yeah. I think that's going to be great. You could do a lineup. I mean, the ultimate goal, if you have it in mind, having a group shot where they're almost like, okay, everybody get together, we're about to take a photo. You could really have a bit of fun with that. But yeah, I mean, a lineup to show the scale, I think would work awesome. So yeah, good next step, and plenty. I can see where the hours have gone here for sure.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Good. Nice work.
Rightio.
Okay. Thanks, Murray. Chelsea, you're back. Okay, go for it. And then we'll jump to Cheska, I think it was.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay. Okay, cool. Let me just start sharing. Okay, cool. So over the holidays, I've been working on sort of more the texturing of the environment, just updating textures and stuff like that. This is my wooden trim sheet that I made. I've also got like a bit of stone as well that I've used a fair bit in my models as well. But I reckon this trim sheet's probably textured about 75 to like 80%.
We will take back our world from the scourge of the machines. We will not fail in